Hey, welcome back, everybody. Today we're gonna play Phoenix Wright, the final episode. Stream time. Let's do it. We're playing the final episode of Phoenix Wright. This time I super swear it's true. Okay, I know the last couple times it's been a dastardly lie, but this time it's a formidable truth. I think there's no chance this case can last another fucking week. Another fucking week. If you'll recall last time, there was a murder most foul, and it was up to me to solve it. Let's continue. From Phoenix Wright, Episode 5, In the Ashes. This game was actually a lot longer than I had originally anticipated. We're at 21 hours into it at this point, which is pretty good. That's a pretty good length for a game, especially one like this, where, you know, I was just kind of blasting through it super fast style. No, the investigation! I had forgotten! Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. Fuck! This investigation is hard as shit. I have to find all this evidence and I have no idea where to find it. How y'all been, though? I've been doing good myself. I'm playing Wrenchcraft a lot. Let me see. Wait, what the fuck? I was all off-centered. There we go. That's better. Hey, what up, Brockor? 6? I was watching your stream earlier today. I was vibing, dude. You were catching hidden Nidorino male? Guess what? Mine's not even hidden anymore, because I already caught him. Also, I fear this girl may be a werewolf because she's got fuzz next to her titties. I never noticed before because I was distracted by her squid necklace, if you will. Where were we going in this game? I remember we were stuck in the investigation because it was impossible. Fuck, what were we doing, man? This is so hard. Hey, what up, Phoenix? Good to see you, dude. How you doing today, brother? Victim note. Oh, right, SL9. That's the new case we're investigating, too. Rubber glove. Why is that evidence, man? I don't give a fuck about no rubber glove. Oh, shit. It's connected to SL9, of course. You got tasks to do like Among Us? Yeah, that happens, man. In real life, much like Among Us, it's kind of the same as Among Us. That's the real appeal of Among Us, is that it's just like real life. So this vase was like one of the mysteries we have to solve, is like what the deal with this vase is. And there wasn't enough pieces, we couldn't put it all together.
Hey look, they're hard to make out, but there are some red stains here.
Huh, looks like blood.
You think Detective Goodman's blood somehow got on this when he was stabbed?
Not likely.
This blood looks like it's been here for months, maybe longer.
This jar was evidence in the SL9 incident. That might be when the blood got on it. Fun fact, blood is not fucking bright red when it's been sitting around. Blood stains are black. If you've ever seen blood stains in real life, that shit is dark brown to black at best. It is not red. Not red AF. You got a shiny Wooloo? I heard. Congrats, dude. I actually really like Wooloo. I don't like Dubwool that much. He's like fine. He's fine, but I don't like him that. I forgot about fucking Markiplier, dude. They put him in the game. They gave him a cameo. I don't like Dubwool that much, but I really like Wooloo. I think he's a fun Pokemon. He's like a sheep, but he's also a soccer ball. If you can understand such things. He's kind of a thinking man's Pokemon. Hardy Dragon. That's actually honestly pretty good. Neutral Nature shinies are pretty dang good. Maybe I'll show him the glove. Could you take a look at this? No, he doesn't believe in it. Bing! Maybe I should look up a walkthrough just for these parts, like the investigations. The investigations aren't very interesting. It's just like talking to people and shit. It's not solving the crime. I guess let's not sully the playthrough with guides at the very end. That would be foolish. Please excuse my dark ambient swag. Dude, that's a good way to remember PEMDAS. It's what's known as a mnemonic device. A mnemonic device is a rhetorical device intended to help you remember and retain information that would otherwise be insurmountable. Just too much info, too esoteric. When you have a mnemonic device, it all fucking falls into place. Dude, I don't know where to go. I'm so confused. Can you please help me, Emma? You're so fucking worthless. I'm gonna show her the cell phone. Ms. Sky used her phone to call you after the murder.
But she hung up right away, and it was a bad connection. I couldn't hear anything. She did say something about a muffler, but got cut off.
Okay, so she doesn't know fucking shit. What about the jar? Yeah, no, she doesn't care. They have, like, certain lines of dialogue that they will not deviate from if it's a worthless line of questioning. Like, if you show them an item that they don't care about, it'll always just be the same thing every time. Hello. How about you? Do you care about any of the DL9 stuff? Fingerprint scanners? Dude, I fucking love this guy's music so much. It's so good. Bum, 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 bum. It's cowboy music, if you will. The sheriffs back in the Wild West didn't place much faith in evidence. About the only thing they trusted was their shooting hand.
This is neither Wild nor West here.
But this and that are two different things entirely.
I guess so? Huh? I'm lost.
Looks like we need some evidence to get. I just showed him evidence, you dumb fuck! Sorry, I got mad. Hot guys against abortion. Is that a new trend? They'll pull the babies out themselves with their dicks. Yeah, he doesn't care about evidence, dude. This guy's a detective. He doesn't give a fuck about evidence. Oh, no, that's right. He's not a detective. He's a beat cop now. Because of the incident. Lost item report. How about that? He doesn't place much faith, but I clearly have to show him something because she tells me specifically show this guy evidence. No. He only trusts his MF shooting hand, dude. His rootin' and or shooting hand. I know it wouldn't be a big issue for most players, but I really wish, just for the sake of LPing this game once a goddamn week, that once you already showed a guy a piece of evidence, it just gets grayed out. It would be so helpful for me. About the only thing they trust. I'm just going to show them everything. Like, I'm not going to skip over anything, even though I already did. Not the luminol testing fluid. I'm going to show him that, too. He doesn't care. Yeah, I do have blood detection stuff. I have luminol spray. Spray Edgeworth's floor? Oh shit, I didn't do that. I did spray the cactus by accident, so I already saw that. Did you know that this guy does not place much faith in evidence? You missed some crazy stuff, Phoenix, if you haven't already seen this. Oh wait, no you have, because you know about this thing. This is a crazy case. This one is super hard. Victim's shoe. SL9-2. I hate this guy so much, dude. I keep accidentally showing him the same evidence over and over again. I need this fucking investigation part to end so we can play the game. Do-do-do. What about the car? Okay, I literally don't have anything to show this fucking moron. He's just being such a fucking asshole. Rubber glove. You can't open the lockers if your fingerprint doesn't match. If you can open it, they'll give you 50 cents.
No, the police department lacks faith in its lock system.
After all, Detective Goodman was stabbed here after opening his locker. But at the same time, he was found dead over at the prosecutor's office. I know this. Ho! Allow me to say one thing, speaking as a detective. Alright, so this is his line if you don't have anything to show him. Okay, so, evidence locker. I guess they don't have faith in the system or whatever? Okay, fine. Oh, that sucks. None of these characters ever come back. I love the cowboy. He's fucking rad. I want him to be a recurring character. I hate the fucking stupid-ass little sister who follows you around like a lost puppy, but the other characters are chill. Especially this fucking Sonic the Hedgehog. Alright, let's go back to, what's his faces then, I guess. We'll head to Edgeworth's office. Edward's office. Move back to Edward's office. Spray the floor so he slips and breaks his dumbass British neck. Aha! There's blood. What did you do wrong, Edgeworth?
What? It looks like some blood has dripped down here.
Judging by the amount, my guess is it's from a nosebleed.
A nosebleed, Maybe in his wrath, Mr. Edgeworth slapped someone for their incompetence.
Why does Detective Gumshoe's face come to mind? I don't know. Because Edgeworth's a fucking dick? Is that why? Is it because Edgeworth's a fucking piece of shit? Maybe. Oops. I accidentally gooped that shit. Okay, we're good. Sky shows up in the 4th game with Apollo and Trucy. I don't know who these people are. No spoilers. No spoilers. Spoilers! Yeah, I'm being a detective right now, Chimichanga, if you could believe that. For example, I just learned that she shows up in the 4th game with Apollo and Trucy, and that was just pure deduction. Like, I just figured that shit out somehow. I just used the clues and the logic, and I formed a spider's web of evidence to kind of make guaranteed sure that they're showing up again in the 4th game. I couldn't believe how smart I was when I figured that out, but I was smart as fuck.
What do you think about this?
The SL9 incident, it's written on that knife. And on that note, Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know?
Really?
That knife was evidence from that case, the murder weapon. It was due for transfer the very day that Goodman was killed. As I suspected, SL9 isn't over, not yet. Do you think you could tell us more? Yup. What the fuck? Yo-ho! I'm so fucking stuck, dude. I don't know what I haven't tried yet. It's been a week! I could boogaloo slide over to my fucking right, but that doesn't help. I already examined Dagnere everything. Yub. Police scene, do not cross. Slide to the left. Oh, I didn't check these things yet.
Wow, look at this big pile of junk.
That looks like a car door.
There's a pair of handcuffs attached to the frame.
Maybe the guy they caught was some sort of escape artist and he got away?
Hey, that's one of those human profiles for range testing.
He's been shot square in the forehead.
Better him than us.
Yub. No. This is so hard, dude. This case is the hardest case of all cases. No, Jimmy, I'm not a fucking Jorange, dude. Enough! If you call me a Jorange again, I'll fucking drop kick you. Drop kick you straight out of fucking town. Cowboy style. Fun fact, not many people know, cowboys were actually the inventors of modern day wrestling. In order to make money because, you know, they kind of were, vagrants, for lack of a better term. They just go town to town looking for work. So one of the ways that they would get money was by just setting up these fights, like quote-unquote fights. But to make sure none of them got injured, because they needed to be very active in their jobs, all the fights were faked. And so, you know, as competition gets stricter, they need more and more extravagant moves to kind of make sure that they get all the good money cash to fund their boozing when they're in new towns. And that's how modern day wrestling got its roots. It was like fake cowboy fighting in saloons. None of that's true. I made it all up. But it sounds like something that could be true. So I just kind of wanted to like plant that seed in your brain. So then like at a Thanksgiving dinner, you'll be talking to your extended family and just kind of drop that knowledge nugget. And they'll all look at you like you're a crazy person. And I'll never know, but I'll have the like little dickling satisfaction that I made you look stupid for that one instance. That I made you look the part of the fool. Hey, can you fucking help me out here, Meekins? You're not doing shit for me, dog. What about the locker? He doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't know what it is. It's called Apollo Justice. Yeah, right, dude. Yeah, right, dude. Apollo Justice. Get out of my fucking way, Mike Meekins. God, the music in this game is so good. I was listening to the Baldur's Gate 3 soundtrack earlier today while I was working, and oh my god, that soundtrack's also really good. It has this, it kind of spoiled an encounter for me, which is depressing, but... Oh, he found something.
I'm scared of knives, sir.
It's okay, I just wanted you to take a look at it.
That's it, sir. That's it. Last night, that's the one. I was an apple, sir. In my dream, I was being... We already fucking heard this shit.
He doesn't know shit about the knives, he's just scared of them. God damn it, Meekins, you piece of sh... Where do I go? Where the fuck do I go? Let me land. We're just gonna show them every single piece of evidence till it's over. 6 God Hand members? Not likely. Were there God Hand members? Maybe. But 6? That's just too doggone much. Check this out, old man. He doesn't give a fuck what it is. It's Apollo Justice. This guy is Apollo Justice right here, if anybody was curious. This little, Sonic the Hedgehog looking motherfucker, for lack of a better term. He's like Sonic the Hedgehog if Sonic was also a clown man. I have no idea what that is. Should I just look up... Phoenix, do you know what I'm supposed to do? Like, for this investigation segment? Like, who I'm supposed to be talking to right now? Because I'm, like, hard stuck right... I have no fucking clue. So he's scared of knives. It doesn't matter which knife I show him. But it's good to know he's scared of knives. That's it, sir. That's it. Now my head was a blank until this very moment, but now I remember. That card was the cause of it all. This ID card? Exactly, sir. That's exactly it. Nothing could be more exact, sir. I'd better pry into this one a little deeper. We might have already seen this, did we? We did, yeah, okay. So basically, the card was, if I remember, I think it was like, he tried to confront Bruce Goodman in the evidence room and asked him for his ID. And instead, Bruce Goodman, like, attacked him and knocked him unconscious, which is why he woke up at the scene of the murder and they arrested him. Right. We definitely did learn that. Yeah. Alright, I'm going to Criminal Affairs Department, baby. What's the last related story thing I did? I did the evidence room. So I went to the evidence room. I pieced together the little urn. I talked to Big Hand Magoo, Detective Gumshoe, and that's about it. I got the evidence locker, piece of evidence. Yo, what up, Mr. B? How you doing, brother? Working hard or hardly working? When people say that to me, it makes me want to fucking dropkick them. That's like the most nothing phrase in human existence. People just say it because it's a thing people say. I don't even get what it means. Like, they just reversed the word. That's like if I said Hoogan Doog or Doogan Hoogan. Like, it doesn't mean anything. It's just verbal noise. It's just diarrhea of the mouth. The rubber glove is pulling up 4. 4? 4 million? Can you look at the evidence locker? No, she doesn't give a fuck. Fucking hard or hardly fucking? Yeah, see, exactly. It just, like, it doesn't mean anything. The words are just, doesn't mean anything. Present the card to the cowboy man and he gives you something. Oh, okay, cool. Alright, let's try it. Police department entrance. The Goodman's card? Guard station. See this? This is the victim's ID card. Ah, the one that was on the ground in the parking lot. The number on this is 5842189. Officer Marshall, show us that ID card record again. Aha, you were right. Look, the 4th number. It's a perfect match. It was used at 5:14, right before the stabbing. Wait, we saw this. We definitely saw this, damn it. What's more, there's only one of them cards in the whole world. So when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. But wait, what did Officer Meekin say? Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to display his ID card. So you asked Detective Goodman to show you his ID card? What'd he do? That's the thing. He suddenly pointed a knife at me. Yeah, that's right. It was a knife. If he had his ID card then, why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins? Officer Deacon. Alright, compadre. You win. I guess I can give you this ID card record. Oh, yeah. I've got an idea. Maybe I should show this list to other people with IDs here. Cool, so now we can find out whose IDs went into the building. Let's give it a look first. Good call, good call. That was apparently what I missed. I did not do that yet. I was thinking of the thing with Deacons where he says he got stabbed. Okay, so this is Bruce Goodman. I think we saw this list before, though. Yeah, we definitely saw this list before. That's why I got confused. So we gotta find out, especially who 498 is. That guy is super suspicious. He went in with Bruce Goodman at the same time. Like, the last time Bruce Goodman was seen alive was with whoever this is. And then there was 873-0579 at 440. And then 7777777 at 420. That's the interesting one, right? All the other ones are random scrambles of number, but this is like just a solid 7s all around the board. Interesting. I wonder why that is. Let's go talk to some more dogies, compadre. Let's talk to Officer Deacon first and present him with a geekin. Here you go, brother. Show me your ID card, bitch. Could you take a look at this? This is the ID card record of the people who came in here. What's my opinion on the item rework for League of Legends? Dude, I'm so fucking pissed about that shit, Mr. Burger. I couldn't believe it. They took out Deacon's Chalice completely. It's not even in the game anymore. They didn't even just nerf it. Like, yeah, sure, it gave a little too much mana regen, but still. It was like one of my it was like a classic build item for me. Yo, what up, Aluloid? How you doing, brother? It's me. Alulim, you should make that one of your emotes for your channel. The anime Alulim, and it could be called It's Me. I heard the rumors, so it was Goodman who came in here at the time of the murder. Whoa!
What is it?
The second number! It's not your ID number, is it, Detective Gumshoe? Mr. Edgeworth.
What?
The second number on this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth.
Whoa, what?
ID card record updated. Oh my god, that's a huge twist. Why would Edgeworth have come to the conference room? Evidence room. I don't know why I read conference. Hey, pal, look at the time. Was there something else you needed to be going to? It's just that Mr. Edgeworth's inquiry committee is about to be letting out soon. I'm gonna go give them my report for the day. It might help, you know.
Report? You mean the note written on the back of the flyer?
The one that says nothing but no problems? Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth we're talking about. I'm sure he could use a report like this. I believe in him. Who needs enemies when you got friends like Detective Gumshoe? I'm off, pal. Later. Sweet. Okay, well, that's good to know. I should probably see what Edgeworth has to say, too. So the prosecutors also get ID cards for the police station? Interesting. Good to know. That actually may be important. Oh, you don't stream at all anymore? I thought you still streamed a little bit sometimes. You don't stream the WoWs? The World of Warcraft? You need the card log. Okay, gotcha. So this is what I've been missing. Okay, thank you, Phoenix. That's actually super helpful. Because clearly there was more to do with a lot of the characters, but we didn't have this. This was like the piece we've been missing. Your only viewers are bots? Dude, that's the thing, like, those fucking bots are so annoying. They show up at everybody's goddamn streams. I can go to some random dude's stream and I see the same little motherfucker who it says is on my stream, and it's not a real person. It's just this fucking roboto. Like, what is that fucking one name? There's one that's called, like, Fish Tar, and it's just on everybody's shit. So annoying. The good news is they don't actually affect the view count, which is nice. Phillips J. Star. Miles Edgeworth, Bruce Goodman. Yeah, let's go check out some other people. So, what we really need to find is this guy, 498. Because either he's going to be super guilty and he's the killer, or, also possible, we can exonerate him, which would leave us with either Edgeworth, who we know story-wise he's not going to be the killer, because he's our rival. And that would leave us with this motherfucker right here, 777777. Let's go see if we can find Mr. 49. Move. Yeah, Commander Root is always, he's on my stream too. If you look in the viewer list right fucking now, go click on the viewer list if you're on mobile watching the stream. You probably see that little Gumptar just sitting there. Just fucking sitting there, spying on me, collecting my credit card information for fucking Jeff Bezos. Got a fucking hotline to Mark Zuckerberg. Mark Zuckerberg cranking one out, watching my webcam and shit. Fucking pisses me off, dude. Mark Zuckerperv. Let's go talk to Calby. Did we show him? He's the one who gave it to us, but maybe if we show him, it'll be one of his numbers. There you go. The sheriff's back in the... You little fucker! I fucking hate Marshall so much, but I love him because he's a cowboy. I like how he shaves with a fucking big dumb Bowie knife all day. He's so handsome. Alright, let's go talk to, what's her face? Fish Lord. She does not be a detective anymore, but she was back in the day. Maybe she'll know. Could you take a look at this? Damn it, she doesn't even give a fuck. This is her just generic dialogue when she doesn't care about the info. He's a real person? Oh, but he uses bots to gather statistics, okay. Hey, Commander Root, gather this statistic, brother. Suck my fucking nards, dude. How's that for a statistic, huh? Suck my fucking gump hole, bitch. I'm sorry, Commander Root. That was uncalled for. He's the commander of an entire fucking battalion of Roots, so I should at least be a little more, I don't know, understanding of his precarious position he's been placed in. I'm sure he doesn't want to do it as much as anybody else, but he feels pressured to because this is his job. Alright, Deacons, how about you, motherfucker? What's your number? Is it only detectives, or would the cops have one too? Officer Meekins, could you look at this? I'm sorry, sir, really sorry, but I have no idea what that is. Maybe you should ask Mr. Edgeworth? Fuck you, I don't know where Mr. Edgeworth is. Oh, but, Detective Gumshoe mentioned Edgeworth was coming out of, his meeting, so maybe we can go talk to him. I feel like these are easily the worst part of the games. I hope they super rework these for the sequel. And it's not the evidence gathering. That part's fun. The problem, which is a very distinct problem in this game, is that it expects you to do things in a very specific order that only the game knows. Like, say I go to Criminal Affairs Department right now, there could be absolutely nothing here. And I'm like, okay, checked off the list. But talking to some random other character in a random other setting will set off a flag, and now there's a guy here who wants to talk to you, but the game doesn't tell you that. You just have to, like, randomly go to each place over and over again, hoping something new is happening. It's really annoying. I don't like that part of the game at all. I'll go to the parking lot, and then to Edgeworth's office. You can now directly record live streams. Ooh. Hey, I want to directly record live streams. Hang on, I'm going to use Mr. Groot's super tweet. That's actually a really good tweet. Thank you, Commander Root. I'm still going to have to tell you to suck my dick for being a robot. But at the same time, I do want to back up all my VODs eventually. Thanks, Commander Groot. You're a good dude. Fuck you. I favorited that page so I can go back and get it later. I'm not going to do it now, obviously. February 23rd. High Prosecutor. That's something I always worry about with Twitch is like, there's so much VOD to save, but I do want backups of my VODs just in case I want to like rewatch my stuff far in the future. It would be fun to just have those to go back to, but it's like a lot to download and just hold in one place forever. Oh, it's this guy. What the fuck? Why is the bellboy... They just reused this motherfucker. Why is the bellboy from the fucking hotel of the first case here? Guests, my apologies. Have we met somewhere? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, I beg your leave. So long. Is Edgeworth here?
There, standing by the window, a teacup in his hand.
Oh god, he's so edgy. Right. He has the hotel bring him tea service?
Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry?
You need to find a faster way to say this. I am. By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you. Ah, yes, he brought me the latest information, it seems.
Really? Was it helpful?
Apparently, a new French restaurant is opening near here. I think he was trying to console me somehow. The real info's on the other side, Edgeworth. I love fucking Gumshoe, dude. He's a beast. He's a beast of burden. Electrical longboard and electrical skateboard? Maybe they're just two robots who really like shredding, dude. Maybe they're real robot friends. Remix, what are you talking about? I'll soon be deleting the authoritarian censorship-ridden cesspool known as Twitter. Wait, was this the guy who runs Twitter? Jack? Is that Jack? He's a psychomaniac, so it could be him. He goes on 5-hour runs and eats deers alive because he's an insane person. Your grandfather was a POW after D-Day for 2 years? Damn, that's super rough, dude. Being a POW in general sucks balls, but like for extended periods of time, it's like almost unlivable. Especially like, dude, Vietnam POWs were crazy. They would grow bamboo through those motherfuckers. How are you gonna grow bamboo through a person? Who came up with that idea? That's rude.
Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him.
Yeah, he looks really broken up about it. I'm gonna show him the thing first, see what he thinks about it. Why the fuck were you there, Edgeworth? Oh, right. I'd better check this now. As I was saying, What's this? A record of ID card usage. Edgeworth, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less. Yes, that's true.
Why, Mr. Edgeworth?
Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go. By Chief Gant, no less. Oh, okay, that's super important. It's definitely Chief Gant. Like, is there any doubt in anyone's mind that this guy is the real fucking mastermind at this point? I'm gonna say Chief Gant asked Edgeworth to go. So here's the thing Chief Gant has done so far, for people just joining us or who forgot. Chief Gant basically held a big ceremony that day at the police station, which drew all the prosecutors out of the High Prosecutor's office, which is the parking lot where the victim was found. And apparently, not only did he draw Edgeworth there, he also sent Edgeworth into the fucking murder scene. Like, how could it be any more obvious that it's this guy? The question is how and why. So Edgeworth 2. Note taken. What would you do if you only had a year left to live? If I had a year left to live, I would just do all sorts of wacky stuff, dude. I would be a real funny troller. I would dress up in a green tingle costume and jump off the counter and say, I'm gay. I think that would be pretty funny. I think that would be like a silly thing to do on my last year. Sonic Colors was the one with the wisps, which are aliens. That's true, Wakapi. Thank you. I never played Sonic Colors. I played Sonic Adventure, Sonic Adventure 2. I played Sonic Heroes. That's the one that turned me off of Sonic games forever. And I played Sonic Generations, which was alright. I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less.
The chief of police?
He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. He told me he wanted to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. But it was solved, right? It would have to be if the evidence was already filed. The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here.
Can I ask what kind of evidence it was?
I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case. Now I'm curious about this other case. I better make a note of it. God damn it, there's another case? A116? Fuck! Stubborn as always, I told you this has nothing to do with the current case. Well, Edgeworth, you're not very good at your job, so let me do it for you, bud. Dang, dude. He's gonna knock Alulum's entire jaw out. That's really gonna hamper the anime villain look he's got going on in his anime picture. It'll make him look like some sort of MF Guppy when he takes the anime filter with no jaw. I can't move my thing. Rotate. Is there nothing else of note on the screwdriver? No, just the tag. Okay. Let's take a look then, shall we? A116. Oh, AI16. Okay.
What's that got to do with anything?
Shut up, Emma. Shut up and let me do my job. Nothing, apparently. At least that's what Edgeworth said.
That makes it seem all the more suspicious. Who knows? This might turn out to be the clue that breaks the case.
Wouldn't that be nice? She's not wrong. It could be important. I'm gonna write AI16 screwdriver Gant asked for. AI. So here's the thing though. If this is a legit piece of evidence for the case, then it becomes a lot less likely that Gant is behind it, because my hypothesis hinges on the idea that Gant just needed Edgeworth to be there to try to set him up, right? So if he was actually there for a legitimate purpose, that takes a lot of the heat off of Gant in terms of suspicion. Like, it's still not set in stone that Gant is the killer. Maybe he's a red herring, but there's just so much tying him to this. Like, remember, even after that case that they were all talking about 2 years ago that set all this off, he was the one who was like, I'm gonna demote all these motherfuckers, I'm gonna send them out, I'm gonna just, like, make them random foot cops so they don't have anything to do with the detective's office anymore. Like, he seems to be at the center of all of these things. And if you're an innocent person, you shouldn't be at the fucking crux of these two seemingly unrelated cases, separated by 2 years. That seems very suspicious. So Deakins won't even tell me about his MF card? Come on, Deakins. You're pissing me off. That is a walk-up-y, dude. But of course, by the end, you'd figure out he was nonsensically behind, like, literally everything. Even though he did nothing the entire time and things just happened. It would all somehow turn out to be part of his master plan nonsensically. Oh, lunch lady's gone. Interesting. That's about as red as a sports car can get. Yep, it's pretty red, alright. The body was found in Edgeworth's trunk, and the lock on the trunk was broken too. So the question is, why did Miss Sky chose his car? The question is, why did Miss Sky chose his car? Phoenix Wright, go back to fucking English school, dude. You're a lawyer. You need to know the English language. So what model car is it? I think it was called a sedan or a coupe, something like that. Those are car types, Mr. Wright, not models. You're a guy, aren't you, Mr. Wright? You're supposed to know these things. Maybe it is about time I got my driver's license. Poor Phoenix Bicycle. Let's move to... back here? No. Oh, right. I forgot to talk to this idiot. So how did the inquiry committee go? You can edit audio output and change the pitch of it? That's awesome, dude. You can turn me into a high-pitched fool. I should make that like a channel point reward to just fuck with the audio settings at random. Like, you just put in a number and then another number, and it would be like whatever OBS corresponds to. So like gain, pitch, like all that shit. So you won't know on your end what audio setting you're fucking with until after it's happened. That would be pretty funny. Yeah, Authentic Z has, guys, there's a really cool streamer called Authentic Z you guys should check out. He's a good bro of ours here on the channel. He was playing Stick of Truth today. I don't know if he's still live. So how did the inquiry committee go? Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation. Concealing evidence? Yes, apparently there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time. Again. Again? I've heard them say that so many times, ever since that case 2 years ago. Are you okay for the trial tomorrow? Well, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney. However, something happened. They gave control of the investigation over to the police department. Oh my god. How much more obvious could it fucking be that it's the chief of police? We went to the crime scene and there was a G-A-N and a T written in blood in giant letters across the wall. Let's go to my notes. Like, what the fuck? But then the question becomes, why is Lana Sky, my client, why is she so eager to plead guilty for this, right? Like, she's a prosecutor, right? She's like the leader of the bunch over at the prosecutor's office. Why does she care what happens to the fucking chief of police? Like, if she's covering up this crime, why? Why is she willing to take the fall for this? They gave control over to the police department. The police department? Yes, any further investigation for this case will be directed by the chief of police, Gant. I can do nothing but wait for his results. I see. Why, I ask you? Why? All along, I've only done what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. But still. Wow, I've never seen him this out of sorts. Poor little Edgeworth. Servant of the dominatrix. Yes, my queen. Let's go to the police entrance. Let's go visit our good friend Gant. Nope, he's still gone. He's not here. Okay, so I think I missed something with Edgeworth, most likely. Let's go talk to him again. Calby's gone now. I still think... Okay, so here's a really important piece of, like, info that was just kind of dropped randomly, and they didn't make a big deal out of it, but I made a big deal out of it. And I think it's either a huge writing oversight, or it could be the crux of solving this case. When they were discussing the scanner, like this door right here, when Meekins went in, when he got ambushed by the guy, by Goodman, the victim, he just, like, walked right the fuck in. And what's-his-face was gone. The cowboy was not here to, like, stop him or anything, or to let him through. He just went straight in, and it was fine. But when I got here, and the cowboy was not here, it was a huge deal, because the door was locked. And it was like, oh, he turned off the scanner when he left, when the cowboy left. So, when the cowboy was gone on the day of the murder, why was the door still unlocked? Right? If the cowboy is not involved, then why was that door unlocked? When he was not here, when just Meekins and the victim were there. That, I think this whole thing may hinge on, because it was not brought up in game super heavily, but it seems really like a huge, huge plot hole if it was not intentional. So I have to assume it was intentional. Let's go check out Commander Deacon and the Geekin Brigade. Where the fuck do you live, Mr. Edgeworth? God damn. He lives in a fucking parking lot or some shit. I'm gonna show him some more evidence. Wah? It does say Texas. Dude, Remix, the fucking cowboy is the best character in the whole game. He's awesome. He's just born from Texas. That's it. Whole stop. He is just a Texan at heart. What do you think about the Blue Badger? Right, please. I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea? I'll pass on the tea. Just tell me about the case.
Mr. Wright, Mr. Edgeworth just told you no in a very polite manner.
Whose side are you on, bitch? Maybe if I just show him my best evidence, I can get some reaction out of him. I'll show him SL9. I know you. You've probably got a hold of some information already, right? It all has to do with that case you were on. The SL9 incident. And some dark suspicion you were wrapped up in. You are the man who revived the worst memory of my life. I figured I'd be telling you about this sooner or later. This is the part where he thought he murdered his own dad for no reason. He must be talking about his father's murder. Nah, he's probably talking about that time he dropped a coffee cup in public and felt really embarrassed. Okay, Edgeworth, why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. Yep. Give me a cup of Earl Grey, hot. Edgeworth would not drink Earl Grey. Edgeworth is he's poser classy. He just dresses up in the fine suits and sips from a teacup. But he's got fucking Mountain Dew in there, Baja Blast. He just wants the aesthetic. He doesn't care about the style, the real style. The style of soul, the style of the spirit, you know? He's what's known as a Busta Supreme. He wears a fucking bib like a 3-year-old baby. The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the deputy chief of police at the time. Damon Gant. Oh my god. Really? Okay. So he wasn't even the chief of police yet. What did he say? He was deputy? Or he was... I don't remember. Whatever. He was on the case. That wacky old coot was involved in the case 2 years ago too then. He was a top officer, and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous. I was a bottom officer.
Wow, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth?
What I want to know is why a deputy chief of police on the investigation Eston. In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict, and the killer was executed. Wait, you didn't? Of course not! I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code, and I follow it faithfully. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something.
My sister? What?
If you were still studying forensic science...
Huh? Yes! Why, just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this.
Luminol testing fluid, Well then, you might have use for this.
Aluminum powder for taking fingerprints!
Interesting. Huh, so her sister did that? Very interesting. But she's trying to get herself a guilty verdict, so why is she helping now? Weird. This is starting to smell a little fishy, if you ask me. The sister's involvement in this is starting to smell a little bit like she's being made to take the fall. Like someone's holding something over her. But what? If Emma is still in forensics. So she is trying to help us out in her own way, but without seeming like she's involved. Like, she has to make it seem like she's taking the fall, but she's still trying to help us out. Which is really interesting. That kind of turns this whole thing on its head, right? It's been chemically treated for better adhesion.
For me? Are you sure? We are the enemy, you know.
I have no say in today's investigation. Do as you will. Edgeworth, I'm really... No need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files for everyone involved. Thanks. How about giving these to Gumshoe as well? I see. That sounds very important.
Well, let's get going. One last investigation. I do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere.
Yeah, we saw a handprint on the locker. It was covered in blood. Forensic science does seem kind of fun. I would more like to be a detective. Like, I don't have to do science. I just have to say, that guy kind of looks like he did it because he's acting the part of the fool. Go ahead and arrest him, boys. But forensic science also seems fairly fun. It just seems a lot more, like, tedious. No, don't present. I want to use it. Big old fucking cotton ball on a stick. Looking like Frosty the Snow Hoe. I guess I'm out of here. Let's go check it out. I mean, I'd like to take prints from other places as well. Namely, the other lockers, but... we can try other places, too. Let's just go to the place for now. The Epic Land. Da-da-da. I don't care if people hold a grudge against me as a detective. People hold grudges against me in my fucking real life. And I don't give a fuck. It's like water off a duck's back. I don't give a shit what people think of me. Our investigation turned up a suspicious handprint.
Here, and this blood in the detective's evidence locker.
Let's use this secret weapon we just borrowed.
Let's get started. First, choose a finger.
A finger?
Each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint. So let's choose the finger that will have left behind the clearest fingerprint.
I really can't tell the difference. I can. It's the fucking thumb, you moron. Well, then again, the thumb's kind of on the side, so maybe this one looks pretty good, but it's like slightly faded here. I can't really tell the difference at a glance.
Quit procrastinating and choose a finger.
I don't know if this would affect things. I would say the pointer, just in general, is kind of more useful to have, but the thumb is a lot. It has like no smudge whatsoever, but it's at an angle. It's like kind of at a sideward angle. It's not flat. I'm gonna take this.
Okay, now it's time to check for prints.
Let me show you how it's done. Emma's starting to get that sparkle in her eyes.
First, we sprinkle the aluminum powder around.
Huh? How'd you do that?
With enter! See?
Ah, it looks like that did the trick.
The aluminum powder adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess.
Huh? How do I do that?
With E. Exciting, I know. Imagine you're blowing out the candles on a birthday cake.
Wow, that looks like fun. It's not. It does not look fun.
It's fine. It won't go up your nose or anything. You just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. Those are the basics of fingerprinting, Mr. Wright.
I guess I better give it a try. I thought it said fingering at first, which would be a very different sentence. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Woo! That's what I'm talking about, baby. Blow it off. Oh. I have to put so much aluminium on this shit, dude. The Brits are all in a tizzy. Looks like a fucking fun Saturday night at Scarface's house. There's no more dots to be had. It is working. Give me a fade. Yeah, that guy did get fades on his fingertips. There we go.
Aha, you did it. You found one.
But this looks nothing like a fingerprint. Looks like a fucking snowman.
Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't.
Glove, you fools! They were wearing a glove. What does it mean?
It's think it mean.
It's think it means? Emma, you need to go back to fucking English school too. Whoever translated the DLC was not on their A game, I gotta say. It was like 3 a.m. They were just like jacked up on coke. They were trying to get this shit out the door the next day.
It's think it mean. We're out of luck.
Out of luck?
The person who left this fingerprint must have worn gloves.
Yep, called it. Well, that was obvious, to be fair. I shouldn't be proud of that one. Don't tell me we've been wasting our time here.
Hey, calm down. That's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. But it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for other prints?
Other prints?
Looking at the locker door again closely.
Oh my god. There are fingerprints outside the bloody print. Yup. I didn't see that at first. Oh, well, I was gonna check something else too, but I really want to check that photo again of Meekins confronting Goodman. I want to see if Meekins was wearing gloves, or Goodman for that matter. if either of them were wearing gloves. Yep. Press E to blow. Meekins, deacons, and weekends. It's true. You're so right this time, Remix. You've never been this correct before. You're looking like the goddamn thumb man from Spy Kids. You're so correct. Dub so big you're in Dwegan land.
Yay, a print so clear it's dazzling.
Dazzling?
Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right away.
So we're not done yet? This is quite a process.
Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right?
I guess she's right. Jesus, he's such a downer. I guess.
Look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth and point out the person you think left these prints.
He's got like a nice swirl in the middle. I'm going to focus my attention on this nice little swirl in the middle. How am I supposed to do that?
I could make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprint are in different places, right? That means the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So whose fingerprints will we most likely find on this locker?
Nah, it's not this one. What is this? It should be this guy, right? Detective Dwegan? Yeah, there we go. Got it. I believe this is his locker, if I remember correctly. Let's press E. Got it in one, baby. Dwegan. I love the MF Dwegans, man. I want a game like this, but it's about Dwegan land. Like, there was a murder in Dwegan land. I think if I ever make a video game, an indie game, it'll be a murder in Dwegan land. Because I love mysteries. I love mystery stories. And I like visual novel style games like this. Like, I think it's fun to just click through a story and read. And on top of that, I love Dwegans. So it's like a win-win-win. It's like the trifecta.
Aha! So these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me this so what look.
I guess that's probably because I was thinking, so what?
Okay, so we came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright.
Thanks for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out. Yup. Was there? No, there was not. You're a fucking oaf, dude. Was it over here? Only Goodman himself can open this locker.
So the person who took out this knife had to be Detective Goodman.
But why was it wrapped in the scarf muffler and stuck inside the car muffler? Yup.
That yellow crime scene tape. You know, yesterday was my first time seeing that. It was always my dream to push through the crowd and step over the tape. It's a little daunting to encounter it again so soon.
Okay, so it's not that. I don't know what the fuck she's talking about.
There's blue and yellow paint here. This is all I'd need to paint a portrait of you, Mr. Wright.
That's racist, first of all. Just because he's Japanese doesn't mean you can paint him that way. I am wearing a necktie, I'll have you know. Aha, it's gotta be this, because this is the only one that's not crossed off. This is where we got a luminol fluid. Oh, we got a luminol reaction here. I don't remember that.
Right, there was a handprint here. Okay, want to try using this?
There go her eyes sparkling again. Nah, fuck it. Let's just not check for prints. We'll just wing the case tomorrow. Your Honor, my client, swear he don't do it. Let's check for prints.
But I have to warn you about something first.
What?
The area with the blood was wiped away, right? We only ended up finding it with chemical means. Any prints in that area will have been wiped away too.
Oh, right. So that means no prints.
Would you say the probability of your hypothesis is high?
Well, there's a thing hanging out of the locker that might have prints on it. Don't ask me.
Anyway, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away.
Prints other than the ones left by the bloody hand. Ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. Oh. I can't. Oh, then it must be here, I guess. I don't get what it's trying to get me to do. I thought maybe the thing's sticking out of the locker, but it's not that. I would think the handle as well, but it's also not that. Dub so big, I'm in Dwegan land. What are you trying to get me to see here? I don't see shit. Does anybody see shit? I don't see shit. But ass. Frank Figlucci. He should have been in Dwegenland. Like, if you just took Frank Figlucci's fucking creepy ass face and stuck some hands and legs on it and demon wings, he just would be a Dwegon. Can someone please make a Frank Figlucci Dwegon Photoshop? Dude, I want to make that so bad now. Holy shit. Frank Figlucci in Dwegenland, and then I want to tweet it at him. I'm going to Photoshop him into one of the scenes and tweet it at his ass. Tweet it at his dumb ass. Dude, I can't fucking find any prints on this month. Oh, I found it. I found it at random. The best kind of finding it. I think it was what I initially thought, like where the rest of the hand would have been. I just didn't click it right the first time, I suppose. But then again, I wasn't really looking at the screen, so I'm not sure. Aha, these are new prints. This one looks like he has a fucking labia minora and majora up on his bitch thumb. That's pretty similar to Gantz, just from a different angle. It might be Gantz. Let's check Calby's too. I want to check that. Yeah, it could be that. Definitely could be that. Let's check Meekins. Dwegens. No, it's not Dwegen. So it's either Gantz, which looks the same but from a different angle, or it's Calby, which looks very similar. And looks like it's yeah, this has got to be this one. Got bad news, partner. I gunned you down. Why are your fingerprints here? Hey, these fingerprints, they?
Whose are they? Whose? Is it someone I know?
It's Officer Marshall.
Huh? Officer Jake Marshall?
Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. This is getting intense now, dude.
That's gotta be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime.
Emma, this is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. The luminol reaction. The blood and the fingerprints are in the same place.
Oh!
So we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints. On a wiped blood stain. Ha! It's because he just fucked himself over by wearing cool-ass fingerless gloves. If he had simply worn regular gloves, it wouldn't have been a problem at all. Yugga-dugga-dugga-dugga-dugga.
But why would Officer Marshall?
It looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you'd call decisive evidence.
I don't believe it.
Why? Why does she care about him? Why? To be controlled? Yeah, dude, the judge has got to realize the case is wrapping up once he starts hearing the final musics. I guess Phoenix did it again. It is really funny how the judge just, like, completely doubts Phoenix every single time without fail. Even though he's never lost the case, he's always on the prosecutor's side. It's social commentary, dude, about our effed up justice system, where the prosecution is favored so heavily. And you know why? It's because of these for-profit prisons that are just sprouting up all... Oh, this game was made in Japan? I'm currently receiving word that this game was made in Japan. Okay, false alarm. My outrage has been stemmed for now.
So what do you think, Mr. Wright?
I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes.
Lana!
Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though.
So how'd it go?
It's as Mr. Wright suspects. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain.
A plea bargain? What do you mean by that?
We agreed that if I hold them the truth is behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't see capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma.
But Lana, don't tell me you...
Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. Miss Skye. We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Blood-stained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you?
In order to defend my sister, you're gonna accuse Mr. Marshall?
We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Mrs. Skye? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. I don't give a fuck. That's awesome. The confetti is Gumshoe's homemade confetti. He makes it out of the blood of the innocent, dude. That's radical. Mr. Gumshoe would often be seen grinding the rails on Radical Highway, homing attacking his way to the courtroom after all. I don't give a fuck. That's when she ground pounds the judge's head into a paste, into a fine red mist, with her ass.
Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is...
I'm afraid you'll have to clarify.
It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time.
But that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared.
Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car.
Wow, this is one messed up trial. One of my duties as prosecutor is to prevent impartial evidence. Today I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In doing so, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself.
Now that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things, even though he doesn't know what's going on himself.
And that's supposed to be an admirable trait?
Very well, let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness to the stand.
For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department.
The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer?
Yeah, it sucks I'm not allowed to slam the table IRL. But it's called self-harm, quote-unquote, by Twitch TOS standards, so... Messed up, dude. Fucking stupid baby Twitch treating me with baby gloves. Will the witness please state his name and occupation?
Yes, sir. I am Officer Mike Meekin, sir. My occupation is, that would be murderer, sir.
So you're telling us you're a professional killer?
Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. You've gotta believe me, sir.
Actually, what we'd like to hear from you is...
Sir, I'm what would you call part of the younger generation, sir. I'm a Zoomer. I make TikToks. I make Instagrams. A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend.
Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me!
Officer Meekins.
Yes, sir.
Give us your report of the crime. Consider that an order.
Yes, sir, as you wish. After all, I am part of a generation that must be told what to do, sir. You can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm.
That is true. That's true, dude. He'll knock your dang jaw out. I've seen it happen before. Walk-up-y hits you so hard that your jaw just teleports out of your fucking skull. You should have a big fucking Mitch McConnell skin flap hanging there for the rest of your life. It's one of his most potent moves.
Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life. Then I did it. After that, I passed out, until another officer smacked me awake.
He's like vaguely, slowly turning into fucking Pee Wee Herman. Also, I forgot to check that photo, so I'm gonna do that now. Wait, is that not a photo we have? Is that just a cutscene thing? Fuck! I had to look at it like... I only had one chance to look at it. Damn it. I needed to see if either of them were wearing fucking gloves.
Until another officer smacked me awake.
Oh, in real courtrooms, I see. Yeah, well, you can. You can also be held in contempt of court, which I imagine slamming a bunch of shit like a chimpanzee would put you in contempt.
So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you.
Do unto others before they do unto you. That's the Meekins family motto, sir.
I see. Then you fainted and a colleague helped you regain consciousness.
I think one of my favorite things that the judge does ever is that he says I see like every other sentence. I don't know why, but it's so endearing to me. It makes him one of my favorite characters for no reason.
Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir. He knocked my fucking jaw out, sir.
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
What I need here is more info to work with. I'm gonna have to press him. Crime report, sir.
Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir.
Well, sir, here's the thing right here. I already found a fucking flaw in his testimony, but I don't have evidence to call him out on it. But the security cams are supposed to be Marshall's duty. He's supposed to be sitting there and guarding the security room, and when he leaves, the room is always locked. That was like a big hurdle in my first or second investigation, was like, I need to get in this fucking room, but this asshole's not here. So why the fuck was Jake Marshall not here during this? That's what I want to know.
I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life. Then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake.
This is what he was telling us yesterday. Well, we need to try and skim some more details from him. For starters, what was an officer from the General Affairs Department doing in there in the first place?
Right, let's press him for all he's worth.
You know what else they can charge you for in crimes that's kind of fucked up in courtrooms? This is kind of a crazy thing, but like, it's still a thing for, it's like such a draconian, archaic remnant of the legal system in America, but you could still get charged for it. It's like the crime that you're accused of. Sometimes when people go to court as defendants, like they actually will charge them with the crime that brought them there and like send them to jail for it. It's super weird. It's like another little life hack like that. Like you're not allowed to slam tables. Sometimes you also just get like sent to prison for crimes. It's fucked.
Hold it!
Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not?
Yes, sir. I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir.
Yikes. Now there's a scary thought. Evidence transfer was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed.
I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir.
The Blue Badger!
Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by the Chief of Detectives, sir.
There he is, dude. It's fucking Sonic. It's like Sonic mixed with Night into Dreams.
I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal process. That was my sole mission for the day.
I see!
That's what he's gonna say. He did! I fucking knew he was gonna say it.
I see! Sounds like a very important mission.
After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room.
Ah! Interesting. That was also part of Gumshoe's testimony, so that's probably very important. Or part of the, like when I was talking to him during investigation. So that's where it was, because he was mentioning that it wasn't outside. Blue Badger. What does this have to do with anything? But the Blue Badger has consistently been a thing. Like, even in the opening little mini-movie when it was showing the murders, you saw, like, the silhouette of the Blue Badger. Blue Badger was in... So he's got something to do with it, the little rascal. And we know he dances until his batteries run out. Maybe they somehow set this Rube Goldberg machine of death, where the Blue Badger killed somebody in one place while the other murder was happening in the other place to make it seem like it was the same guy at the same time. I don't know, it's really weird.
Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room.
Tell us, what did you see when you got there?
I see!
I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life. Then I did it. After that, I passed out.
Oh, this is just his stupid regular testimony. Okay. So I'm gonna push him on this then. Hey, what's up, Kiko Paulin? Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. Yeah, UK is pretty similar. UK is pretty similar. I'm sure legal reform will happen sometime in the next, I don't know, 20, 30 years. In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct? Although by this game's standards, real life seems like a fucking walk in the park. This game has like one of the most dystopian, horrifying crime systems I've ever heard of, ever. You get 3 days to a trial, and if you're guilty, you're just auto-executed immediately. Like, it's fucked. It's super fucked. You need an ID card, am I correct?
Precisely, sir. I have one right here around my neck.
So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right? Oh. He must be 49.
There it is. I found it. This one right here.
Could you please read us the number?
Yes, sir. It's 4989596. That's my number, sir.
I see. Huh? But the number 4989596 is shown as being used twice. Please explain, witness.
It's no real mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room, and the second time is when I went to go get him after everything settled down.
Ah, I see. Okay, so 450, he set up the Blue Badger in the evidence room, and then at 5:14, I had a stroke. That's when he went to go retrieve it and he ran into Bruce Goodman. Interesting. Huh. But again, this raises the question, why wasn't the stupid cowboy guy there guarding the security room? Like he always is, and when he's not there, it's always locked. I don't know. I was kind of thinking this one might be the cowboy. It would have made it make more sense, but... So where was the cowboy during all this then?
The second time I went to go get him after everything settled down.
I see. So it was during the second time when...
Yes, sir. That was when I spotted the man on the security screen.
Data added. Cool. Down at the pub. I love the word pub. We don't use the word pub in America, especially not in Texas. If you use the word pub in Texas, we just get shot on the spot. So I never get to hear it, but it's a great word. Alright, let's so we've pressed these two. Let's press this one. I was only doing what I was trained to. I was suddenly attacked. Why were you suddenly attacked? So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened?
It was a knife, sir. A knife.
Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you. What happened then?
Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was.
Okay, it does not look like he's wearing gloves, which is interesting to note. Well, he's got one hand in his pocket, so it's possible he is wearing one glove.
He looked as surprised as I was,
And this guy's not wearing gloves. You aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into.
That's what I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand. Maybe if you just kept cool, your hand wouldn't beat. When I saw the same blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. I fought for my life, and I did it.
Howdy.
What exactly do you mean when you say you did it?
I know I don't look like the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him.
You took his knife?
I spun around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man.
Like a real man always must. I see. He must have been desperate. So, here's the thing. Well, I'll finish this first.
The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood, and then the next thing I knew...
Yes?
He punched me right in my face, sir.
After that, I passed out. Okay. So here's the thing I was going to ask is, this has been the thing, I think I mentioned it last session too when we first learned about this, but if Goodman was in there, like legitimately just in the evidence room, why would he need to attack this guy? Like, why did he pull a knife on him? I mean, especially since, according to this, he had his badge, like, right there. Like, he had his little card right the fuck there. See, he used it at the same time. So, like, he would have even still had it around. Like, he would have just fucking used the thing. What would have been so hard about pulling it out and showing it to the guy? But I believe that we have an imposter on our hands, and I'll tell you why. It's because of this, the lost item report. We have Bruce Goodman submitting a lost item report, and he can't remember his fucking ID number. So I think he lost his ID. I think this is somebody else pretending to be Bruce Goodman, which would explain how he was in two places at once, because one of them was a fake Bruce Goodman.
I was passed out till another officer smacked me awake.
About what time did you regain consciousness?
No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious?
Oh, right. According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30.
He had me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain.
That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is.
When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir.
Your mission?
Yes, sir. The Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand.
Interesting. Well, we can all rest easy now.
Objection!
You know what's funny is, like, in this game, I was expecting so many more objections than we got. We're on the final case. And there's only, like, maybe one or two objections, like, per case, usually, from Phoenix. It's usually other people objecting to him. Like, anytime you try to get a fucking word out in the Von Karma case, he just, like, jumps down your throat with objections, but I thought I'd be objecting a lot more.
I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened.
Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? Yeah, okay, Edgeworth's onto it too. He's got a point.
Yes, Officer Meekins?
With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Gant delivered it to me just this morning.
Of course he did. The chief delivered it?
What is that? A videotape?
Yes, sir, that's absolutely right, sir, a videotape. It contains footage from the security camera.
There's one, Edgeworth style.
What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and was told it had been mistakenly erased.
That's quite a mistake.
Yeah, okay, so it's really obviously Gantz, but how and why? That's the thing. It's like, at this point, there's no doubt in my fucking mind. Well, here's the thing, though. Here's the other thing. It is possible that there's like an overarching mastermind that we've yet to be introduced to. Because we know for a fact that Lana Skye is like acting really suspicious, right? Like she's admitting to this crime that she obviously didn't commit. But she's trying to help us behind the scenes by telling Edgeworth about her sister's forensics abilities. So maybe the same person that's like holding something over Lana Skye is also holding something over the chief of police. I could see that potentially being the case. Like maybe he's not a murderer, he's just corrupt. But he's clearly super in on it. We need to be able to question him a lot more.
I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at.
Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever.
Well then, let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim.
Oh, please stop using that word murder, sir. It scares me.
A video of a real murder. Just we're watching a fucking snuff film, dude. This is disgusting. Oh, there's the blue badger. He's dancing till his batteries run out. So he's conveniently blocking the locker with the fucking bloodstains on it, by the way. Okay, and there goes Goodman. Conveniently can't see his face. I love how it's playing the blue badger. Oh my god, really? You fucking badger of blue? Here he comes. Here comes Meekins, dude. Why? Here's the question. Why would Meekins, like, confront a detective like this in the first place? Oh, shit! Fuck, dude, he owned him. Oh, there's blood all over his shoulder, too. That's interesting. Bloody shoulder. I'm gonna write victim had bloody shoulder in my notes. Well, quote-unquote victim. And he's gone. He's just fucking disappeared off camera. Very suspicious. I should probably watch this video before I write anything in case I missed stuff. Aha! Wait, I need to watch this again. But I think that cloth also wasn't there at the very end. Victim had bloody shoulder. Potentially cloth, but I'm not going to write that yet because I need to rewatch it. Damn it, I should have looked out for that. Fuck, that was stupid. We couldn't really see Goodman's, or what's his face's locker? Because the stupid fucking dancing badger was in the way. But, damn it, bastard. But that might have been new, the cloth sticking out of the locker. Edgeworth is so heated over this shit.
Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us?
What the hell was that wriggling piece of plywood?
Sir, that is the pride and joy of the entire criminal affairs department, sir. It's the Blue Badger.
Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? All the lights were off on the lockers other than one. Oh shit, I didn't even notice that either. Damn it, I really need to rewatch this. Hopefully it'll let me watch it at my leisure, now that it's in my evidence.
Yes, well anyway, this tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter, someone. In the evidence room, and some sort of, activity that did take place.
Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incompetent footage, or incomplete, sorry, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that alright with you, Officer Deacon?
Yes, sir, as you wish, sir.
Mystery Man. He looks so clean, like a mystery man.
His face can't be clearly seen in the video.
Yeah, please let me watch this again. I'm fucking begging you, dude. Oh, you can! Okay, good. Watch the locker on the left. I didn't get to see it, but that light is off. Okay. Light is off. That one's on. Interesting. Huh. Yub, 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 yub. There he comes. No cloth. Okay, so the cloth I was right about. That was not there before. Also, I thought I saw something on his hand, so we're gonna watch it again. Oh, no. Okay, we can see his hand there, and it's fine. Something falls out of the locker as well. Here comes Officer Deacon sneaking in. Still nothing in the locker. Okay, so the Goodman is Marshall. Like, 100%. Is there any chance that the Goodman is not Marshall? Because we have his fingerprints on that locker, which was untampered with before this tape, and he wiped off a bloody handprint. So how could it possibly not be him? Well, that solves one mystery. It was Marshall, as Goodman. But how would he get into Goodman's locker then? Huh. Unless it was already open. Maybe it was already cracked open and that's why the light was on. I don't know, because like all the other lights are off. Yeah, see, it just started over there. Let me see his hand as he walks by. Maybe that could give us some... Go back, go back, go back, you stupid little fucking badger bastard. We should have got the prints on the badger. No, okay, it was just lighting. It was just lighting that looked like a white bandage. Alright, well, that solves that. I think.
His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably a Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it.
That is a tricky portion.
What's this about a fingerprint?
Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to.
Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have to have been Detective Goodman. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. Okay. Light on. Okay, so light on means it's open. Got you. So, yeah. By the way, just so you guys know, you haven't done anything wrong yet. I'm just going to say absolutely no spoilers and keep hints to an absolute minimum unless I ask for them. Just because I'm trying to solve all this on my own. But no problems yet. Like, you guys are fine. Alright, save. I'm just saying for future reference. His face can't be clearly seen. That is true. That's not a contradiction. There is a question because we couldn't see his fucking face.
Hold it!
But you don't know that for sure, do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face.
Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label people as having seen or not seen it.
Since his face can't be identified in the video, only you can verify it.
Well, why is everyone looking at me? If I had to label your stares as disturbing or...
Meekins.
Eek!
He strangled himself. Having been shown a questionable video at best, we are not in the best of moods. Now please be more certain when you testify.
Yes, sir.
You claimed the man who brandished a knife on you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you are positive it was him.
I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint.
Okay, so yeah, we can get this statement. I'm gonna save just in case we fuck up really bad and it like auto game overs me, but the light should contradict this.
Objection!
Regarding the video contained in this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems rather strange.
Strange?
This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman.
What? This video contains such a contradiction.
Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth?
I propose we have the defense point to us this alleged contradiction. You would want me to point it out.
Very well. Proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence.
Sweet, dude. Meekins is a wimp? What? No. Meekins is a badass, dude. He attacked the man with a knife with only his bare fists. The problem is he's like a stick beetle. He's not very strong. But he's got heart. He's got strength of character, you know? He was willing to jump right into the lion's den to help his bros at the police department.
Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction.
I have to point out a problem in the video. This is the first time I've ever had to do that.
You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video.
How did this guy ever become a police officer?
Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction that indicates the man may not be Detective Goodman?
The fucking Blue Badger music is so good.
Take that!
The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Officer Meekins.
Sir, do you mean me, sir?
As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint. If it's a match, the light turns on and the lock is released.
According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir.
If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. Oh, that is true. He did have a baton, to be fair. He did get kind of bodied now that I think about it. I mean, a lot of people would prefer a knife, but a police baton is actually a pretty fucking strong weapon. Do they have the modern issue? The modern police batons are super rough, dude. Don't ever get hit by a police baton. It's a bad time. They basically have the new collapsible ones. They're not super new, but it's not like the old-timey big black ones anymore. So, like, it is expandable, and it's got a metal tip, like a round metal tip. That shit has so much force behind it. If you get hit in the shin with one, it'll just shatter your shin. It'll just fucking turn your shin to dust. They're super, super strong. Because it has just this tiny head, and all the force is just... It's just all sent to this tiny, tiny surface. So it just, like, destroys whatever it comes into contact with. They're scary. They're not good times to be hit with. I'd rather get stabbed with a knife in a non-vital place than get hit by one of those mofs. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind to a little earlier. Maybe it was this thing, dude. He's got something in his hand. That little fucking deacon dweller, this thing, the blue badger. Maybe he's the true murderer all along, and he's making us all look like fools, because we don't know it's him. Here, notice the light?
What's this? It's already lit! AF, bro!
Hang on a second. Let me check out this. This may seem like nothing, but bear with me here. Just humor me. So, Bruce Goodman and Mike Meekins come in at 5:14, right? And Goodman's locker is already open at this point. So that means during one of these earlier visits is the actual moment where Goodman unlocked the locker. And since then, it's just been left unlocked to set this up. So it's pretty obvious at this point that it's a setup, right? Like, if the locker's already open by this point, then, I mean, obviously Goodman was not there. And more importantly, he was here one of these other times. So either 77777, who we don't know who it is, or Edgeworth or Meekins earlier when he was bringing in the Badger had to have brought Goodman with them. It'd be nice if we could get tapes from then, maybe later, but yeah, we'll have to figure that out. We could be pretty sure it's not Edgeworth, considering this is a DLC case for the first game. I doubt the fucking rival character is going to be the murderer. So we could check him off, which leaves basically Meekins or whoever this guy is, basically has to be the murderer. Because they were the last people who were with the victim, and they just didn't mention it. They just neglected to mention it up until now. So as far as I'm concerned, there are 2 suspects left. Pretty conclusively. Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle.
Ooh!
The judge is a zoomer, dude. Look at him, he's about to pull out his vape pen.
Order! Order! What is the meaning of this?
It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. 777 is the chief, if I recall. Wait, nah? Oh, okay. I guess we still don't know yet. Yeah, I don't know if it's told me. I'm hoping I'm not forgetting something, but I don't think I know yet. But the locker's locks are controlled by an electronic lock system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked.
Oh, I know! It must have broken down! Of course, I'm not an expert in this.
That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction.
Oh well, it just all goes to show that novices should keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation?
Me, Your Honor?
Yes. Why wasn't the locker locked?
Me, Your Honor? Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator?
Huh? Oh, maybe something like jammed the system sensor?
Something jammed the sensor? Say, there's something else that seems out of place in this video.
Yeah, I thought so too. There's gotta be another clue somewhere in the footage.
Oh, no, I know what it is. Now I'm an idiot. Oh, okay, so never mind. Fuck. It would have been so convenient if I was right about this, but I'm wrong. Because it would have left us with literally 2 suspects. But unfortunately, yeah, I know what it is now. That thing that fell out of the locker was what was keeping it open. So it could have been open for an indefinite amount of time. It was like propped open with that white thing that fell out, which I think is the thing that was also shoved in the first locker on his way out. Okay, so yeah, that's what it is. Damn it!
The locker wasn't locked.
Let's fast forward. At least if I'm right about this. Because look, right now there's nothing here. And there's also nothing here, but then later on there's a white thing sticking out of this. And then pause. Damn it! Yeah, the glove. Okay, it's the glove. Rewind.
Take that!
Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. Yeah, I don't know. That's a good point. I don't know why it would be left open. It does seem strange, right? It also wasn't visible. Like, it wasn't visibly hanging. So maybe the difference is it's somehow jamming, like, a mechanism inside the locker that causes the thing to lock. Like, maybe there's a locking mechanism that it was blocking or it was jammed into so that the locker would think it was open. Whereas the other one was just hanging out of the locker, so it wouldn't have been blocking that same mechanism. But that would require someone with very intricate knowledge of how these things work, which would actually exclude Marshall. It would actually completely take Marshall off the table, because we know that he's not technologically savvy at all. Like, he barely knows how this shit works. He's like, the only thing I know how to use is the cameras.
What's this? Something white fell out of the locker.
But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are opened. I often fall and roll great distances when I open my car doors, sir.
We can't be sure. That item was completely inside the locker to begin with.
What do you mean?
The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Okay, yeah, that is what it is.
Inserted?
He starts blushing. He wants Phoenix Wright to be inserted. Yeah, so nothing here yet. So yeah, that's gotta be what it is. You gotta go? Alright, see ya, Kiko Poland. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll see you later. Have a good night. This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor.
Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir.
I fucking love Meekins, dude. He's such a buster.
But the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door.
Not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. Yeah, rubber glove. It would need to be an insulator.
Yes, an insulator. But at the crime scene,
there just might have been something that fits the description.
But sir, by insulator you don't mean.
I think I finally got this figured out.
Very well. Will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was this insulator that was stuck in the locker door?
It was this motherfucker. That badger? Dude, it's ridiculous. Well, to be fair, we don't know yet if it's a plot convenience or if it's part of the murder. It's entirely possible that whoever was doing this knew that the camera operated in this, you know, it scanned back and forth, and so intentionally put the badger there to block what they were doing. But yeah, the part where it's like waving its flag directly in front of his fucking face, that was pretty goddamn convenient. Rubber glove. I found this near the locker. A thin rubber glove.
But we can't be sure that was in the victim's locker.
It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is this not so, Officer Meekins?
Sir, it would appear so, sir.
Oh my god. Oh. It stopped and glitched for a second to confuse. Oh my god, I even noticed that. That's super hilarious.
Order, order, order!
Unless it was edited before the chief handed it to us.
So we are to believe then that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman?
Do not be misled, Your Honor.
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
The defense has merely demonstrated the possibility and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this.
What?
Officer Meekins, please testify about this.
Sir, me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir.
I love the way he just strokes his stupid little chin.
Oh, you meant that, sir, of course.
Is this a joke?
Very well, begin your testimony.
Dude, this is starting to get so interesting. I live for this shit. I fucking love mystery stories. I watched Knives Out the other day, and that was pretty fun too, though the mystery part was kind of lackluster. It was mostly like character building stuff, which is also fun. But I like mystery more.
There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Good.
I'm gonna save. Hold that thought. Hold that thought, little guy.
Min, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card.
Well, I think I've already got this one in the bag, because I already figured out that he did not have his card, because it was on the lost item thing. He couldn't remember the card number.
An ID card record. I see.
I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. Who is this man? Who is this man? The ID used at 514 is that of the victim.
Just before the crime, Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transfer. Why were there so few people using this room?
This particular evidence room is used only stored for special paparud.
What?
Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff.
Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end.
Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. There were only a few cases up for transfer there, and most were cleared up by noon.
Right, I see. Now let us move on to the cross-examination.
Have I seen all the Demon Souls gameplay? I have not. I'm not watching any Demon Souls stuff, because I want to play for myself someday. I want to find all the cool new stuff on my own. Oh man, the game looks so good though, man. I'm so tempted to get a PS5 specifically just for Demon Souls. And Bloodborne, so I can finally play that. God, it looks so fucking good. Character creator, looking robust AF, dude. Genshin Impact? I might go back to Genshin Impact someday. I'm not sure yet. If I do, I'm going to wait till it's a bit more fleshed out. Like, there's more stuff to do and there's less restrictive resin stuff. Just because, like, it's hard to do a full 5-hour stream of that game. Because you can clear most of the free-to-play content in, like, 20-30 minutes every day.
There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. The detective had used his card.
I'm going to press him on this and then call him out on it. Earlier, I believe you testified. When you asked this man to show you his ID card, he pulled a knife on you.
Yes, sir. He didn't show me any ID card, sir.
Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife.
Maybe he just panicked.
Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out.
Mr. Wright, what do you think?
I'm confused.
What?
The problem with this ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this.
You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show him what we've got.
Yub. I don't know, I might get a PS5 remix. I want one, but it's a lot of money, and right now I'm saving up because of a secret project I'm working on. Secret black project. Detective had used this card. We're gonna call him out on this. Well, here's the thing. We could even just present this. This was found at the prosecutor's office crime scene. So, I might just need to present this instead. That also pretty heavily contradicts it. I don't know. Like, at the time, well, I don't know. We'll present the other thing. It's more concrete. This could be argued, like, if you're just willing to overlook the huge leap in logic, which would say they somehow managed to transport the body a 30-minute distance instantly, then you could be like, oh, okay, then the card would be there, whatever. We're not going to point that out. But this other one is a lot more solid. Like, the fact that he very obviously didn't have his card because he was filling out a missing item report and couldn't remember the number, it's pretty clear that it was his card that he was trying to fill out. Objection! Wait, one moment, Officer Meekins.
I'm not good at waiting, sir.
I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene.
That makes sense!
When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Okay, so I was supposed to present the card, but they were nice and they let both pieces of evidence fly. Because they could see both of those have the same logical thread, right? They just stem from different places. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. Oh, interesting. It's either one and then they lead to the same thing, because he talks about both. Cool.
I see.
The next continent region thing is gonna come out soon. Oh, cool! For Genshin? That's awesome. Yeah, I'll probably stream it again then. Badu is back in town. I should start logging in to get the daily rewards again. The dailydinkyDizzyDeals.com. That way I can get more clues for gambling, or more, primo gems. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card.
Lost item report? It's only half completed.
But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess, you believe this something to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card.
Order, order! So now, what does this all mean?
It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card.
Oh my god, rabble, rabble, rabble. Order, order, order! Does the prosecution have a response?
I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo. Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes. What's he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instance of the murder. That is... well, I guess that's right. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago you seemed content to be pointing a finger around. This isn't gonna end well. Yo, he's got me on something, dude. What's he talking about? Damn it. He's got something up his sleeve. Little bastard, what do you got? Well, well, it seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove.
Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth.
The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime.
So
the real crime can only take place at one location. The underground oh, fuck. No, he's actually super right. Damn it. He's so good at what he does, and what he does is just being a stupid dick. Fuck. So basically, through all of this, the reason Edgeworth was not objecting, the reason he wasn't interjecting, the reason he wasn't prodding his witness more, I was literally doing his job for him. I have now proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the murder took place in the parking lot and not the detective's office, which is the only thing that could have exonerated my client. Like, the idea that Meekins had killed Goodman could have totally exonerated Lana Skye, but it's not the truth. But I could have just rolled with it, and then Lana would be exonerated, my client's off the hook. Instead, I've now brought myself exactly back to square one. So we know for a fact Meekins did not kill Goodman. Goodman was not at the police department. He was in the underground parking lot, and she killed him. Well, like, seemingly. So, basically, for Edgeworth, this is a huge win. Like, sure, his witness backfired on him at the surface level, but on a deeper level, on the 4D chess level, he's let me do his entire case for him. He's closed the other distinct possibility, which is that Meekins was the killer. And left us with one suspect again. Bravo, Edgeworth, that was pretty good. The real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot, at the prosecutor's office. The murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. Ah! Damn you! I got too wrapped up in the mystery solving. I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning.
The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman.
Just so, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, you have to do something. You killed my sister. Well, to be fair, we can at least point out the fact that there's clearly more to this, but yeah, it's rough. Fucked over my client super hard this time. But yeah, there's clearly more to this. Like, if they were going through all that length to make Goodman appear in 2 places at once, why would they do that unless there was more to it? What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? Object! Objection! Yeah, he does. He has the fucking just like straight line hairline. His barber fucked him up good. One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Fucking trapezoid looking at his head. Fucking Pentagon face. Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. Zubba 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 zubba. And yeah, that was at 15, so this should be like right when Goodman really does die. Like down to the fucking minute. So somebody had to plan this out very specifically. At both ends. There's that thing. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter.
Mr. Edgeworth,
Yes, Your Honor.
if this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to this. Well, they kind of spoiled it for me. I wonder who I should call. Emma! Get up there, you Texas Ranger!
Mr. Wright, do you mean...
Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness.
Oh, whom do you have in mind?
Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply.
Very well then. Mr. Wright, this person whom you would have testify, what is his or her name?
I'm kind of mad that they made this part so easy when the rest of the case has been so specific. Like, why would they spoil that? It was really obvious if you looked at the clues. That thinks he's a cowbee.
Take that!
Officer Jake Marshall. I love Jake Marshall, dude. More games need to have cowboy characters. Demon's Souls Remake, I hope, has a big cowboy character. They could just take the Tower Knight and put a big cowboy hat on his head. He already has big spurs. Why him? I can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare.
I see. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare my weenard?
We will, Your Honor.
Court is now in recess.
Okay. Owned. That was pretty good. Wow, that trial part went very flawlessly. I must say, I'm pretty proud of myself for that one. That was very nice. We didn't get any hiccups. To be fair, people did tell me about the light thing. Maybe that would have taken me a while to figure out. February 24th, 11:32 a.m., District Court Number 2. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out. I haven't figured out anything yet.
Lana, you're the one who knows everything.
Emma.
You always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you.
I don't recall ever asking for his protection. It's not like I like him or anything.
How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me?
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. I fucking love Gumshoe so much. He's such a fucking oaf. That's the only word to describe Gumshoe is oafish. He's such a fucking idiot. He always shows up at the worst times. I like your dick, G. That's what Gumshoe says. And then he slaps Emma's dick and it flops back and forth super fast. Amazon Sword and Shield for Switch is $39.90 Amazon. Wow. Sword and Shield's already on sale? That's crazy. Nintendo games usually go like 10 years before their first sale. Phoenix listens to Don't Stop Me Now. He fucking should, dude. He's on a roll today. Insinuating his own client was guilty of murder and everything.
Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later.
Aw, poor Gumshoe. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You've got a lot of nerve, pal. Making a detective run around all duty. To top it all off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals.
Sorry, Detective.
You better be, pal. Hey! 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 I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky.
That's okay. So, have you brought what I asked?
Oh! You mean this, right?
My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request.
My name?
So she is helping in her own way. Yeah, she's definitely, like, somebody's holding something over her. She's totally being blackmailed. Like, she's trying to help us, but she can't actually come out with the information. Like, she can't be seen helping us, for whatever reason. Maybe the police chief's in a similar predicament. They already did that in another case, I believe. Yeah, there was the guy in, I think it was the first or second case. Red, White, and Blue Man was, he was, like, blackmailing everybody and they wouldn't tell us anything. So maybe this is, like, a big hodgepodge of all the other cases are coming back to this. Wakabi, have you bought Sword and Shield? Are you gonna purchase it on Amazon for $39.99? Someone got her OnlyFans pictures. That's fucked up, Remix.
Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy.
The SL9 incident?
But Lana, that's...
I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them.
I can't believe you. The chief prosecutor were a witness in that case.
Miss Sky was a witness? For the Joe Darkey killings. That's racist. Solved 2 years ago. Interesting. The SL9 incident file for Joe Darkey killings. So she was a witness.
Take it from me. You don't want anything to do with serial murders.
Good advice, dude. That's good advice for everybody watching the stream, too. If there's one thing you take away from today, I hope it's that you don't want to get serial murdered. Perpetrator was Joe Dark. Crime was serial murder. Sentence was death. Edward Jones, Edith Kirby, Jeb Bates, Jason Knight, Rachel Moss, Neil Marshall. Okay. Wait. I just fucking glazed over that. Would that say Neil? It said Neil Marshall. Okay, and now everything starts to come together. So, during this incident, Jake Marshall's sibling or father was killed. Or mother. I'm not going to judge if you're a lady named Neil. Interdasting. Rachel Moss. But yeah, so presumably then, he's not the murderer here. He might have legitimately just been trying to get this evidence. Like, so he can solve the case himself. Maybe he doesn't believe what really happened. I see. That could give him a good motive for getting the evidence that does not involve him being implicated. Like him also being blackmailed into doing stuff.
I see.
Head prosecutor was Miles Edgeworth. The witnesses were Lana Sky and Emma Sky. Ah, so Emma knows too. Huh.
I see.
And the investigators were fucking Damon Cant and Lana Sky, of course. Yeah, I already knew that. Head investigator was Bruce Goodman, and then Jake Marshall and Angel Starr were investigating. And they both got demoted after this. So something stinks in the town of Denmark. Kingdom Gant of Glana Gly. Okay, cool. Well, that's super important information that we should have been privy to earlier. Thanks, Gumshoe. None of your fucking business. Remix, you need to be careful, because Wakabi is going to knock your jaw off. And after that, he might knock your block off. And after that, he might just suck your cock off. So I would be hesitant before stepping to Wakabi, of all people.
Take it from me. You don't want anything to do with serial murderers. Oh, what? Now that I brought you stuff, you're just gonna ignore me?
Emma, but why? Why is your name here?
What? My name's there? I don't know.
Unless...
No, it couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident, is that?
That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as, oh my fucking god, the Joe Dark killings. So, just to sum up how fucking stupid Emma Skye is. She was a witness to an incredibly high-profile case involving all the same people as this case, and she didn't realize we were talking about the same fucking case because it was called SL9? Holy shit, she's a moron. This whole thing could have been over 5 hours ago.
The Joe Dark? No! That's over with. No!
Emma, wait! She ran away.
You know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here.
See ya, Gumshoe. Jake Marshall, Angel Starr, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence. Knowing you, you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. Why is she being such a dick? I better take a good look at this file. He is Joe Dark. Dark uppy. Save my fucking progress. Oh, it's day 3. Oh shit, yeah, this is totally gonna be the last stream. Woo! We have 3 hours to complete this trial, so I'm gonna turn my brain into fucking maximum overdrive and be super big brain and never miss a clue. I can't afford to be spinning my wheels in this case, otherwise we're not gonna get through this. If we finish this early, I might play some Baldur's Gate 3 for the rest of the night. I'm not sure.
The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye.
Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. He did. He did it for the Vine, dude. He knocks every single one of their jaws off. That's actually how they caught him, because it was a serial murdering and every single one of the victims was without a jaw. They just had their skin hanging down like a fucking kangaroo pouch. Witness, please state your name and occupation. You can't drink booze during your fucking testimony, you oaf. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you. Wandering the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it.
Oh, I know. You're a patrolman.
As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner.
What do you mean?
A desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up.
Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English.
I fucking love the cowboy so much, dude. He's got so much swag. And he's got a red bandana, too. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. Here's what I want to know. Is he, like... Well, he has to look like a cowboy in the Japanese version, but, like, is he still, like, Texan? Is he, like, an American, or what? I know in anime, they usually give Americans, like, long faces. That's how they, like, distinct them visually, so maybe he was supposed to be American, I don't know. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. Well, he shaves himself with a Bowie knife, but he doesn't have a particularly close shave, so it wouldn't be that hard not to cut yourself.
I can't say I particularly care for your attitude.
I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Aha, okay, so, that's actually good to know. He does not know about the fingerprints. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint activated locks on the evidence lockers? Fingerprint activated locks?
What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those?
He's not being very helpful.
He's not that good with machines, or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses, now don't they, Mr. Prosecutor?
This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours.
Oh, interesting. But, in that case, it kind of makes it seem like it wasn't him who opened the locker then. Because he had to know to put the glove in there. Unless it wasn't him who put the glove in there, but it was him who was dressed up like Goodman. In which case, why the fuck did whoever used the thing before with Goodman leave it open, like leave it unlocked? Huh. That's really weird. I was supposed to make the rounds 3 times a day. I was at the street side saloon at the time it went down. What were you doing in a place like that?
I was eating spaghetti. Not even Angel's steak lunches beat that parlor's vongole sepia pasta.
Do you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles?
Not all desperados eat tacos, partner.
That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson.
That's strange. This is usually where Edgeworth says, "Did you not want to raise this year?" Let's press him on all of this. Because I don't know specifically what I want to call him out on yet. How exactly did you keep an eye on the evidence room?
I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still, even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who interred the recordings.
You interred them?
Videos of nothing aren't all that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape. If nothing unusual is recorded, tapes ought to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I'd erase a tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life.
This guy has a flair for the dramatic, but it isn't going to do him any good. So in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room. Okay. But he specifically mentioned if nothing's moving in there. But wasn't the wacky waving boy there? Like the little turtle thing? I don't know, it's weird. That ain't my style. But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right?
And you heard a word I said, partner? I told you, that ain't my style.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
No desperado I know lets rules get in his way.
No desperados I know join the police force.
So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime,
just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day.
there was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that?
Sorry, partner, can't say as I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks.
How does this guy avoid being fired? Well... There's so much stuff I should be able to call him out on, but it's not in his actual testimony. It's just in the extraneous stuff. Like, I should be able to call him out on the fact that he was in the room, because we have prints of his on the locker. Well, then again, I guess we don't know when he made those. I guess they're not fresh. There's some weird explanation? Oh, interesting. I guess I'll find out. You used to be a detective, so you've used the evidence room in the past, right?
Of course. Back in the day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence.
And yet, you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism.
Sorry, partner. I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works.
That's quite, incredible.
The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some of the detectives are unaware of their presence.
Now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too.
At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime.
Was that what I was thinking of earlier? I thought we also knew that about Marshall, but maybe I was thinking of Gumshoe.
Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place?
If I remember right, I was at a street side saloon.
I'm just an innocent traveling man. Yeah, I'm gonna call him on that first. He's not an innocent traveling man at all. He's a buster! Out of ammo, Officer Marshall!
That's right, partner. Or as you'd call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, then you'd better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back west into the sunset.
One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything.
Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that.
It's true. I don't take orders from nobody, dude. Well, yeah, I don't take orders from nobody, basically. I'm usually what's known as the boss around parts. And if I'm not the boss, then I'm a lone wolf. I'm never a subordinate. Everyone knows that. Apparently your superiors don't. I have a trump card. I guess I'll present it now, is fingerprints. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects. That is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints will be in there. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. That's true. I do take point rewards, though. That's not orders, though. That's just gentle suggestions, you know? Such as writing haikus.
Witness, what is the meaning of this? Your bloodstained fingerprints were at the crime scene.
The blood was wiped away. However, a luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall, it seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall? About the blood-stained fingerprints?
Very well, you may begin your testimony. Found at the scene of the crime.
Blood-stained fingerprints. Begin!
Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in the evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves?
You fool! Guys, Jake Marshall is officially a fool. Can anybody spot why Jake Marshall's a fucking fool right now? Oh my god, Jake Marshall. You were in the clear, dude. You were in the clear, but he had to run his fucking mouth. How does he know the murderer was wearing gloves? He wasn't present for the last part of this. They had to go get him.
See, I had nothing to do with it.
The witness's explanation appears valid, although there's room for doubt.
Life wouldn't be any fun without doubt, partner.
The defense may now cross-examine the witness.
This guy's hiding something. I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. I'm gonna save before Jake Marshall can get a wave. Okay, so I'm just gonna straight up, like, press him and then call him on that. Wait, but I don't have evidence. Shit. Wait, no, I do. I have the bloody glove handprint, presumably.
Hold it!
How do you know that?
I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a bloodstain at the scene, thought to be left by the murderer.
That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker.
However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint.
Oh yeah, I think we tried that too.
So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint.
That's the only logical conclusion.
I can't let him squirm out of this one. I've got to find something. So he did know. He read it off camera. Okay, fair enough. That's kind of an ass pull, but whatever. He's just like, I read it off camera. Sorry, idiot. Let's press him on this. Unrelated.
They're as different as night and day.
Kinda like cereal and cereal.
One's got to do with breakfast, while the other's a type of murder.
He's right! Although seemingly alike, they're totally different.
I don't see what homonyms have to do with this. Ah, you fool. Alright, I gotta find another way. I guess we'll press that. Let's just press him on everything, why not? The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1.
On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward from me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why?
One of them just happened to be in the same place. I'll press on that too. Why not? So then, what about the bloody handprint? Wasn't mine. It's no mystery.
Please explain!
My locker is covered with my feces. It just so happened. The murderer touched the lock. Damn it, bastard. This guy's good at this. Alright then. Let's press him on this last one. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in the evidence room. That's because you... How did you put it? Pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine.
What? What do you mean?
I mean what I said. Interesting, okay. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker... Oh, this one, okay. The locker I still use. All that's in there now is a heap of broken dreams, though. I see. I thought it was the judge for a second. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently his fingerprint data was never programmed from that locker's programming. Oh, okay, we can use the tape then. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without knowing it. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? This seal of blood. In the desert, it's just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. The security tape. So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. Too bad it is, dumbass hoe. He keeps bringing stuff up that he really should not while he's ahead. It's pretty dumb. I'm sure a lot of players wouldn't have thought of this without that prodding.
This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going.
Yes, Your Honor. Dude, okay, so yeah, we can, Yeah, okay, got him. Got him! Got him! I will present you with this. He says, too bad it wasn't me in that video, but it was. Your Honor, that statement... Oh, come on, you're gonna do this shit?
It does?
Okay, so yeah, I got a point taken off. Damn it. But that's clearly the contradiction. He opened the locker throughout the course of the video. At the beginning, that white thing wasn't sticking down from it, and by the end it was. And that's his locker. He just confirmed that beyond any suspicion that it is in fact his locker. That's the evidence, right? That's the fucking smoking gun. The locker was opened during that video. What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots.
Blind spots?
Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth, the floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright.
Well, Mr. Wright, if you could show us the evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was...
Really? This game's stupid. Hey, what's up, Chimmy? How's it going, dude? Yeah, we've had we found a video of the like supposed murder in the evidence room, and it shows like a Goodman, but we've pretty much determined that it's a fake Goodman being attacked by Officer Meekins, and we think it's a Marshall. I think it's Marshall. Show evidence. That's so stupid. That's actually super annoying. I tried to present evidence on this statement of the video. Like, this is the contradiction. And the game's like, no, idiot, that's not the contradiction. But then when you press the statement, it automatically uses the video as evidence. Like, what? Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. This game, in the sequel, they really need to get a coherent rule set. Like, it's nonsense every trial in this game. It's just always different. In one trial, you literally get penalized for pressing the wrong statements. But in most trials, you have to press the statements or else you lose. It doesn't make any sense. There's no correlation. There's no logic. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake.
Now then, let's have another look at the video. Show us this incriminating evidence.
Yup.
Look at this, Jimmy. It's fucking epic. It's the Blue Badger. He done it all. This is the security camera footage in the evidence room. So basically in this trial, there's like 2 murders happened at the exact same time of the same victim. Bruce Goodman, the guy in the trench, was murdered here and in the parking lot of the prosecutor's office, 30 minutes away at the same minute, 17:15. Here comes Meekins, Bree. Keeping it together, Bree. Here's the thing, though. I don't think the cowboy did it. Because now we know that his brother was murdered during this case that he was stealing the evidence for. I think he's trying to reopen the case where his brother died. That's still not there yet. Okay, so yeah, it's definitely him. I'm just gonna go ahead and assume that the guy we saw in that flashback, remember it showed us a flashback of the last case? There was another man in the cowboy hat who looked roughly the same age. I'm gonna assume that's the Neil Marshall that they were talking about in that evidence log.
Take that!
Got him. Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall.
These days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less?
You in big room, you are bad. Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video.
Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner.
The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. It's this one. He had his fucking panties hanging out. That locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Blue Badger dancing, dude. Blue Badger's effing epic.
Oh, the White Devil! It's gone!
Well, here's the thing. So, like, Meekins moved the Blue Badger into this evidence room, right? And we still don't know why. And it just so happens to cover up, like, a lot of the crime scene. Like, even that locker, I think, what was it? Someone's locker where we saw the first handprint is, like, completely covered up by the fucking thing's head. So it seems like that's also involved. Whoever gave that order is probably also in on it. Like, whoever ordered the Badger moved into here.
It's gone! What is the meaning of this, Officer Marshall?
When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. I love his poncho, dude. It's so sick. I want a poncho IRL. I want a chimichancho.
Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was open? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why's everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man?
You fool. This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker.
Oh yeah, I call your bluff. You say I opened that locker. Now prove it.
Dude, there's a fucking fingerprint scanner, you fucking oaf. Didn't we just talk about this with him? Yup. Marshall's fingerprints. Oh, no, this. Indicate, well, yeah. I could use either, presumably. I'm gonna use evidence locker, because that's like the system that proves that this happens. Only the detective's prints can unlock it.
Take that! Fingerprint sensor.
We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to.
What kind of crazy talk is this?
Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. So it's funny that, like, he was briefed on some of the stuff from earlier in the trial, but not enough. Like, not enough to get his alibi straight. But he did get a little bit briefed, just not everything.
In any case, the locks aren't always that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks.
So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? What's he eating? Ooh, he's eating like a fucking Dugan brain, dude.
I only got 1 word for you, partner. No!
I love Marshall. He wears a poncho and everything.
Order! 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 Witness, explain yourself.
If this is a joke, it's the worst one I've ever heard.
I assure you, this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime.
Ole! Please answer the question.
What is he now, a bullfighter? That's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure out the rest from here. Twitch has released a statement on the influx of DMCA strikes. Dude, they've been DMCA striking every motherfucker. I had to turn music off again in my streams because of them. They've been and like, if you get DMCA'd, you have to go back through your catalog and delete every single VOD you've ever made in case you get striked. Because, like, it's bad news. You can get demonetized, you can get banned off the platform. So you have to be super careful now. Otherwise, you just, like, I will lose years worth of this. Like, years worth of fun stream VODs. I will just be gone. It would suck. I believe we can figure out the rest from here.
We can!
And highlights, obviously, like the full playthroughs I've done, like Yakuza 0, gone. Phoenix Wright, gone. KOTOR 2, gone! Have a look at these floor plans. There is no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall.
If that's so, then where was the witness?
It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right, the only possible conclusion.
Well then, let's hear it!
He was the Blue Badger, dude. He was disguised as the Blue Badger.
Take that!
The platform apologized to content creators, but the bottom line is you cannot play recorded music on stream. Honestly, I feel this is controversial, right? A lot of people don't feel this way. I don't think that's unreasonable. I don't think it's unreasonable that streamers can be DMCA'd for stealing people's music and playing it unlicensed on their stream. Like, sure, when it's stuff like Gangnam Style or fucking, that shows how fucking out of touch I am. Whatever the big pop song is this week, it's kind of silly. But at the same time, like, you aren't paying that company for their work, and you're not really doing anything transformative. When you're streaming a game, you're putting your own unique flair into it, right? Like, when I play Phoenix Wright, it's different than Joe Schmo's playthrough of Phoenix Wright. Like, it's a completely different experience. But just a song playing in the background of your stream, if you don't get permission, like, what are you transforming about that? It's just, like, you're just using their music without their permission. If anything, I think it's scummy of streamers to do that without asking first, of, like, small musicians. I don't know. Maybe controversial opinion, but I don't see that as being very transformative. I totally get the argument. I agree with the argument about, like, playing games. Obviously, anybody playing a game is different than anybody else doing it. It's an interactive medium by default, so anything using it is transformative. But music, I don't see it. Not to mention, you buy the license to play the game when you buy the game, right? Like, you pay a certain amount of money, you get to play Ace Attorney. So what you do with it is up to you. Most of those streamers aren't paying for that music. Officer Marshall was standing right here, though.
There? But that's where the victim was.
Correct. Unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in this video is Officer Marshall. It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman.
Objection.
Exactly, it's like basically Kirby style. All these streamers are acting mad Kirby style right now. What do you think, Wakapi? Are you on Team John, Team Captain John America, or are you on Team Big Stream? Like these loser streamers who think that they should be able to play other people's music with no compensation. Because I find that preposterous. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins is dead? Did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified that the man's reaction when confronted.
When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir.
Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond?
He suddenly pulled a knife on me.
Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it?
Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it.
The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card.
Oh, I get it!
If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized that this man was not Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You've got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim.
I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition.
I can't say that I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. You already used that insult.
Well, Mr. Wright, Do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim?
Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I was gonna say I do not. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. Ack! This can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? Oh, Edgeworth, come help me be. Yeah, good thing you guys are on Team Captain John America. I'm glad to hear you guys, you still have what's known as human reason in your minds. Not like these foolish streamers who don't follow any sort of logical strand. What does he say? Humph. It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place?
What do you mean?
There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as it has been. Oh. Oh. I get it. I fucking get it. He was, remember in the testimony, it was like a throwaway line in Meekin's, thanks Edgeworth, it was a throwaway line in Meekin's testimony that, like, during the struggle, he got splashed completely with what's-his-face's blood? With Meekin's blood? So, the thing he shoved into the locker was not like evidence to recover later, or like a secret murder weapon or whatever. What he was shoving in his locker was the costume, like the Goodman disguise, because he was in the middle of the police station, he was in the evidence room, he can't just walk out soaked in blood. Yet he did, despite the chance that it might be discovered later. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker.
According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker from...
Yeah, okay, that's what it is. Yeah, see, it looks like it too. That's like the end of the coat.
He opened his own locker!
The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside.
So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth?
Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. That's what a lot of people are doing right now, Phoenix. A lot of, like, smaller musicians who are looking to get a lot more exposure, in order to get a lot of traffic headed their way, they're just offering, like, I got DM'd by this dude on Twitter who's like, yo, if you want to use my songs on your stream, totally okay. You can use whatever you want. Just, make sure to give people, notify them, like, it's me who makes it. I'm like, thanks, dude. I'm not going to do that, but I appreciate the offer. Right? So, there's a lot of people doing that, and it's a really cool idea. So yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of streamers are getting mad because they now have to fill airtime. Honestly, I think it's like anger born of incompetence. Like, just to be, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just being totally real. It's like, I'm not an entertaining person and I don't know how to fill airtime, so I'm just playing good music to try to get people to stick around. So now they're mad they can't do that anymore. But it's like they were outside their rights to do it in the first place. So if anything, they should be happy they got away with it for so long. And it's like a win-win, because now, like, the general talent ceiling of Twitch has to raise, and there's a bunch of smaller musicians who are going to get a lot more traffic by making deals with these big Twitch partners. Like, here's my whole music catalog, go crazy, and they'll get paid for it. So, I don't know, I see it as a win-win for everybody involved.
Very well, let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness had to open his locker.
Fuck, bloody shoulder. He had blood on his shoulder. Blood on the leaves. But not yet. Brabadoo. Yeah, it was during the struggle with Mikan.
Gotcha, Goodman.
Take that!
Boopity bop!
Yeah, exactly, dude. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm booping about. For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know what's in. Yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood.
A bloody white coat.
You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker.
Not bad, partner.
Yo, I love Jake Marshall. He's a beast. He's like,
Yeah, you got me. I don't give a fuck. Eat-er.
he's gonna eat-er his way out of the courtroom.
Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth?
Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth.
2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be where we are now would we?
Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it.
Alright, I don't give a fuck. It seems the time has come.
Marshall's confession. So he's definitely not the killer, because this was like way too easy to get him to say.
I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. So the supposed victim was really you?
But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be?
Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor.
It was way too much blood for such a small donation. Dun dun ba 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 ba. Interesting. Yup, yup. Let's save again. This is a really long trial. This is really cool. It's just like going and going. It's been like almost 2.5 hours of just straight trial. Probably 2. I spent about 30 minutes investigating. I couldn't just stand by and watch it die.
Hold it.
When you say it, you mean
SL9. Do you even have to ask, partner?
the SL9 incident.
2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to be completely end with the transfer that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over.
What did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room?
When a case is closed, only the case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time, no matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine.
But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it?
That day was my last chance. That's why I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I plan to take out the evidence.
We're gonna press him again. Twitch published a blog post today with the relatively anodyne title, Music-Related Copyright Claims at Quitch. That's cool. Honestly, if I was Twitch, I would say, suck my ditch, just find non-copyrighted music, you morons. This is what, like, movie creators, any sort of artistic person, or like any sort of creator even, of anything that involves music, you have to license it. You have to license the music, or you have to use non-copyrighted music. It's just a thing. Like, it's not like there's this huge... I think we're just spoiled, honestly. I think streamers are just spoiled. Completely rotten. Like, they're just used to being able to play games for free, so like, why can't I just play music for free? Because it's not transformative, you Nimrod. Playing games is transformative. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman?
If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transfer, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere.
So you did it to fool the security camera.
And the detective's ID card?
I stole that the morning of the incident. So that really was why Goodman started filling out that lost item report.
I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot.
The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. Interesting, wow. So that's just a huge coincidence, essentially, that it was in the exact same spot. Why would you leave it in the parking lot? So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight.
What do you mean, partner?
I mean the fingerprint-activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But he could because a rubber glove just happened to be stuck in the glower. The glower? That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. Cool. Huh. That's cool. I'm glad Twitch is at least updating people on, like, why they're getting copyright struck. My only fear with this whole DMCA thing is, like, copyrighted music is obvious. You can't use that, you fucking idiots. Just use non-copyrighted music, or don't play music in your stream. Just talk, fill the airwaves yourself like a normal person. But what I am scared of is that, like, games audio will be picked up, and you'll get DMCA'd for it. That's a huge problem on YouTube right now, is, like, false DMCA claims on legitimate videos, like critiques of games or playthroughs of games. A lot of people are getting copyrighted because, like, oh, Nintendo of America claimed your soundtrack because you're playing Mario Odyssey. Like, that kind of stuff happening on Twitch will be a fucking nightmare to deal with. So if that's the case, I am a lot more sympathetic. Like, if it's in the game, then that's one thing. But, yeah, just playing music over games, obviously that's not transformative. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out and managed to escape. Let's press this too. Why not? You pulled a knife on Officer Deacon and tried to drive him off?
Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time.
Officer Deacon certainly is a one-in-a-million type of person, mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID.
I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year.
Oh no! Not Detective Meekin. When did Edgeworth get so much influence?
Anyway, he threw himself at me, and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way, with me knocking him out and everything.
By the way, what happened to your knife?
Oh, you mean this one?
I don't know what to say.
So you knocked Officer Deacon out and
managed to escape.
So you did your research beforehand?
Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there.
What was Officer Meekins doing during that time?
What else? He was sleeping like a baby.
So what you're saying is, on that day,
there wasn't any murder. So here's the thing. It's erased every 6 hours, yeah? So I'm assuming they kept the footage for these other times as well, since they were on the same fucking day as the murder? I mean, hopefully. Hopefully they kept this, because if we can see these ones, like the Edgeworth entry and the Meekin entry originally, and this one as well, the 77777 one, that'll be pretty huge. That would be pretty fucking important to solving this case, is seeing these other entries, where they, like, clearly came into the building. But I don't know if they kept those, because the police in this game are extremely incompetent, and they never keep important information. Or provide it to me, at least. But they kept this one, which is, like, at most an hour apart from the latest entry, so... or the farthest back entry. So, like, they should still have it, presumably. I don't see why they delete it. Hopefully we'll be able to see that.
There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15.
But the blood found at the scene clearly indicates a crime took place.
What are you, blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner.
So you stole the evidence from the locker?
Actually, no I didn't.
Why not?
When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone.
What? Mr. Edgeworth, where's that evidence?
It's still missing, Your Honor. Oh my god! Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. This is getting so intense, dude. Holy shit. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing?
Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer.
Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID? Injuring a police officer? This is no small offense.
Moreover, you're an officer yourself.
This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution.
Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with.
The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more.
I can't just forget the SL9 incident.
You know why? Why?
I'm gonna let him tell me why. This is getting super cool, dude. I really like how this one is like... There's so many moving parts in this case. Like, I feel like that's a good thing they've done throughout the cases, is kind of ramping up how much is going on. In this case, there's like two seemingly completely separate incidents that are completely intertwined, and there's all these people intertwined. And even a case from 2 years ago together with it, like a bunch of different departments and like factions that are involved. It's really cool. I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is some way related to that case. Better take a look at the files. No, I know, because it's Neil Marshall. I'm gonna press him first. You know why? But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room.
Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence.
I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murders, didn't it?
I don't intend to complain about how it turned out, but there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about.
What happened?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Okay, that was a really important exchange. Why? I don't know. Why is he so concerned with this incident? Maybe I should press him with what I think his real reason is. Yeah, I'll press him with Deacon. I'll press him with MF Neil Deacon. Yo, what up, Reanimated Bit? Good to see you, dude. Reanimated Bit, look, a cowboy. This guy is Reanimated Bit's brother. G-Animated Jit.
You know why?
Because your stupid relative is dead as fuck. Dead as fuck. I'm gonna assume it was the other guy in the cowboy hat we saw during the flashback. Neil Marshall. So, yeah. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned here. In a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. It totally is his brother, isn't it? It's his cute little brother. He received the same lousy prosecutor award you... Oh, he's a prosecutor? Oh, interesting. That is interesting.
What? A prosecutor?
He must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award. Now I remember, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right, he was killed, and the case fell into your hands.
But what's his relation to you?
He was my brother. Yeah, he totally was. That's so sad, dude. Reanimated Bit is dead. He took off his hat. It would have been super funny if he took off his hat and he has like this luxurious locks, right? But he takes off his hat and he just has a huge bald spot all the way back his head. Like he just has these things hanging down the side. That would have been a great visual gag. But I guess this is supposed to be like more of a serious moment. Maybe not the best time for a King Neptune joke. Oh, you're not a cowboy? What the fuck? Reanimated Bit, I was under the impression you're a cowboy, so you're now officially banned, unfortunately. Twitch has confirmed that it has decided to remove the targeted clips. Interesting. Well, that's cool. Like, I will say, Twitch is being remarkably chill about this whole music situation. The streamers should have been more responsible. Like, that's the bottom line. It's your fucking stream. You're not a baby. Just don't steal music. Full stop. It's not that hard. He was my brother. He was investigating the murders with the Deputy Gant, the Deputy Chief of Duluth. So Gant again shows up. Yeah, this is him. This is when I first noticed there was another cowbee. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Okay, so I'm gonna write this down too. Oh my god, he's so spooky. That's Joe Dark, dude. I'm gonna write Neil and Gant, partners on case. So again, even more reason we need to interview Gant. He's like at the center of every single, even like mini incident in this case. They're all surrounding the chief of police. Ban him. Ban. Oh, okay, you're still a cowboy. Good, good, good. Yeah, I guess Riveter, like a cowboy's brother could be a Riveter. It's known as a metal cowboy in some circles. He yeehawed as well. He did yeehaw. He threw a lasso around my neck and strung me up. Strung me up like a bull. A bull hockey. Da, da, da.
Joe Dark.
My brother fought, Doc, and was killed. Really? To this dude? Look at his fucking wrists. He has a woman's wrists. This is like fucking, you lost a fight to Niles Crane. Like, seriously, dude? How do you lose a fight to this man? He looks like he would be defeated by a strong gust of wind. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least, according to the public records.
What do you mean?
My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe, Doc. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. Oh, okay, yeah, they're actually bringing that up. Yeah, I don't buy that. Like, I don't know about no one could have beaten him in a fight, but like losing to that guy? He was like 60 years old and had wrists the size of a skeleton's. And that's it. That's your reason for your insane actions. There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me.
Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime.
That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with this revolution, Reziger Darshal planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. No. The things that can happen by chance never cease to amaze me. At exactly the same time the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Yeah, that does not seem like a coincidence. The thing is, these two crimes involving Goodman took place at the same time down to the fucking minute. Down to the same 60 seconds these things were happening. It's gotta be more than just that.
So if no one was murdered at the police department, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one.
Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye. But wait! A verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. It seems to me the boys got the draw on you, partner. All the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye, and the testimony of one Miss Angel Starr is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. That's really funny.
Arrgh!
That wasn't a good argument.
Big iron on his hip.
I love Big Iron. Have you heard Johnny Cash's cover of Big Iron? It's even better than the original. Like most Johnny Cash covers. More granular ways to manage your archive. Oh god, that does not sound good, dude. What that sounds like is Twitch is gonna fall... Like, I think most big companies do this, but like YouTube is notorious for it, but basically fall back on putting all the onus on the creator to even get rid of false claims. So like what YouTube does is they just take basically any copyright strike that anybody puts forward, and they're like, hey, you violated copyright. Even if it's like, no, I didn't. I was just playing Mario, and there was Mario music playing because I was playing the fucking game. It doesn't matter. You just still have to delete it or get demonetized. It sounds like that's the route Twitch is going, which I really hope it's not. I have faith that they won't, but it would be way easier to just do that like YouTube does. Just automate everything. I rest my case.
I hurt myself today!
That's Johnny Cash.
It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt.
Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake, but I didn't realize. That would end up proving Lena guilty. Well, it doesn't. They're just being dicklings about it. I mean, they even said there was too much blood to just be from Officer Deacon, but they never pressed anything about it. Like, they just rolled with it. They're like, yeah, there's too much blood to just come from a hand wound, but whatever. Those other people who came into the evidence room earlier, I don't know, who cares? Fucking oafs.
Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant.
Don't be fucking Mia Fey. Please don't. Oh god, it's fucking Emma. It's even worse. It's even worse.
Your Honor, wait!
Emma!
The defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right?
What do you mean, right?
Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian?
Your Honor? Oh, in a sense.
Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking for is a minute of your time. Please hear me out.
This is how court works. You can just walk onto the fucking stand and give testimony.
That's just how it goes. I did it last week and convicted a homeless man of a murder I claimed I witnessed.
YouTube? What? YouTube is down? That's weird. I did not know that at all. That was me as well. I also took YouTube down. Just as retaliation for taking away my sweet songs.
Mr. Edgeworth, please.
Wakabi, that girl is you. Straight up. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. Why is Edgeworth... I kind of feel like I hope in the next game Edgeworth becomes a lot less helpful. I was hoping for a much more adversarial relationship with Edgeworth. Like the kind where I would hate his guts and I'd want to beat him every case. But basically, the end of every case comes down to Edgeworth and Phoenix just working together. He's horrible at his job. He is not a good prosecution lawyer.
I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dart killings.
Now that she mentions it, the names of both Sky sisters were on that file.
But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing, the other handprint.
You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker?
But no fingerprints were found on it, right?
No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again.
So you did find something?
No!
Huh?
Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all.
I fucking hate Emma so goddamn much. I want there to be a cutscene at the end of the game, like after credits, where it's just her being fed into a wood chipper feet first, in graphic detail. It'll be fucking sweet, dude. No! Damn it, Reanimated Bit. This is gonna make it so confusing for people who are just listening. That's actually a really good, that's a creative use of that feature. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me. Oh boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright, with regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. This sucks, dude. You fucking destroyed the whole thing, Reanimated Bit. How long is the in-game action ban for? It's for like a minute, right? Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use, but still, if you can't find anything wrong with the blood mark, Lana will be. Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. If I ever needed to concentrate, it's now. Bum-ba-da-bum-ba-bum. What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? I object! I have to object. I'm gonna save first, though. I'll do like one more scene in the monotone, and then I'll assume the time is up. I object! This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is that you're grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing. You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? I know what it is! It's Mr. Badger! Something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. With all this evidence here, there's something I can use. The question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor plans? It's the blue F.F. Badger panel, baby! Alright, I'm going back to the voices now. Now that we got to the next thing, I'm going to use the voices again. That would have been so confusing to just listen to. There is no way to tell what character was talking, other than them naming other characters. The company said it needed to give streamers the ability to review content infringement. Yeah, I hope Twitch is decent about it, but we'll see, I guess. It shouldn't affect me because I don't steal people's music and play it on my stream illegally. However, that being said, that being the case, Twitch Sings, completely off the table now. I was thinking about doing that before it got taken away in December. That's off the table. Also, like, in-game music like this could trip the system incorrectly, which would be really annoying. Like, that happens on YouTube a lot, and I hope they don't just automate it like YouTube does, like pieces of shit. Blue Badger panel. What about that piece of plywood? The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force, defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger's not here. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well,
what?
Oh, that's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot on the locker.
What?
Yeah, so that's really good. Damn, I wish I remembered. Did I write down what time that kid was moving the shit? I don't know if I wrote that on my notes. I haven't really had to check my notes at all today, which is great. I'm looking for, like, times written down. No. I don't see that. Brum-bum-bum. Yeah, I don't see anything about the time. Unfortunately, I did not. I think he told me. I'm pretty sure that he told me, like, when he got sent to move Blue Badger, the little geeky police cop guy. But I don't remember when it was.
What exactly does that mean?
It means it can't be done.
What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on the locker.
Don't look at me. I didn't put it there.
Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically.
Emma?
On that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right?
Rum-bum.
After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on the locker.
So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the Blue Badger.
One moment! I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom.
Here's the only problem with that. If we're gonna assume that Meekins is not the killer, which seems he can't be, because he showed up at the evidence room the same time the murder was taking place, 30 minutes away at the prosecutor's center. How did he not notice the giant blood stain when he was setting up the Badger?
Just one moment! I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom.
It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice.
But how?
Oh, sorry, this is Edgeworth. But how? One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security I really wish that the judge had more lines. I love doing the judge's voice. He's so fun to voice. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time. Blue Badger has so much swag. Also, this is all hinging on this really stupid argument that it's impossible to touch the locker. You could very clearly reach around that Blue Badger and touch that locker he was in front of. Like, it would not even be difficult. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. That's the only possible explanation. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. You know it's getting intense now because it's playing the music. It's giving them that. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? That's hard. I need more information first.
To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, who was pretending to be Lana Skye, another incident took place in that evidence room.
That's right. The blood mark on the locker proves this.
Very well, then tell us. When did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented.
Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that.
Now then, will the defense please present the evidence?
It has to be this. Or not this. Not the parking stub. The ID card record. But it doesn't, like, there's 3 possibilities. It could have been a 420, 440, or 450. If Meekins is in on it, it could have been a 450. If Edgeworth is in on it, it could have been a 440. Or if 7777777 is in on it, it could have been a 420.
Take that!
If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required.
An ID card? Oh, the ID card record.
Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger Pranel into the evidence room. At?
Let's see here, 4:50 p.m. If the crime took place before that, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Oh! Oh! Miles Edgeworth! Just what have you done?
I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it.
I'm afraid I don't understand either.
He was at the fucking awards ceremony, you nimrods. You turds. Wait, was the awards ceremony in the same building? I don't remember. If it was in the same building, it's still possible it's him. It's clear from the luminol test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Deacon and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have just 10 minutes to murder the victim. Okay, so that explains how Deacon didn't see it too, that's cool. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible.
That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room.
Let's look at the chart again. There's only one other card number remaining. 777777. Talk about a lucky number.
But wait, this doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room?
Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 777777.
Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 777777.
That's 17 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least, at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number 777777 belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Okay, so it's definitely the fucking stupid chief of police. How could it be any more? It's way too obvious that it's him. It has to be a red herring. It has to be like a conspiracy. It's way too obvious it's him. Hey, what's up, Just Cuz, bro? Good to see you, dude. How you doing today? Have you been hanging out in Dweeganland? Have you been hanging out in the Dweeganland pub with your fellow Dweegans? Get dweegy with it? These are steps in the right direction, but it's a little galling that Twitch hadn't have them implemented in the first place. That's some Pico de Gallo shit, Wakapi. Wakupe. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to acquire into such a person's identity.
Objection.
But that's ridiculous. Just how... I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority.
If an official charge is fired against an executive is accepted.
An official charge? You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates.
Rabble, rabble, rabble.
I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question. Yes? No, not to you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana? Objection! Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number, and it's not 777777. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing. About that incident.
The SL9 incident?
Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Bum bum bum! God damn, this is a long trial. Holy shit. Hey, what's up at the butt? Good to see you, brother. I'm so big, I'm an MF Dweeganland. Dude, I miss Dweeganland. Brockwar made me think of the best idea ever, Just Cuz, bro. I want to take Frank Fraglucci's face, cut away all of his body, and add little arms and legs and wings, and Photoshop him into Dweeganland and tweet it to him. I want to basically send Frank Faglucci to the Dwegan dimension. That's my new idea. I want to do it after stream. Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. A. I just realized these characters have the same voice. I didn't think they'd have to talk for some reason, even though he's the prosecutor and she's the defendant. I did not consider that. They have like the exact same voice. I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of law. At least, I did. Lana? I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law.
Defendant, just what are you saying?
I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did?
Chief Prosecutor, you didn't.
I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Did I do that? Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. Oh my god, she's so evil. That's so funny, dude. They realized Edgeworth had to become a likable character. So his original thing was that he's a huge scumbag piece of shit who forges evidence in order to get convictions every time, which is why he's undefeated. But they retconned that by the fucking DLC completely by just creating this character to then throw under the bus. They're like, sure, he used forged evidence, but she did it and didn't tell him. That's so funny. That's like the worst writing I've ever seen. It's such a bad retcon. That's like Darth Maul getting spider legs level. I should, dude. I should do it on stream. I should make him Faglucci mode. Dwegan mode. Twitch streamer Pokimane gets slammed. Oh, damn, dude. I want to see. Wakabi, were you witness? Were you the one doing it? Oh, for a $5 donation cap. That's cool. Honestly, I think that's a really cool thing that a lot of big streamers are doing now, is saying, like, no donating to me. Because let's be honest, Pokimane doesn't need the donations anymore, right? Like, she gets so much money from Twitch subs and from, like, partnerships with companies and from ads, because she's a partner, that, like, that's really kind of extraneous at that point. So it's a cool idea of them to be like, nah, go send that same money to charity or to a smaller streamer. It's a cool thing to do, but it must be hard to do because it's just giving up free money, you know? Especially Pokimane Sims who are dropping like $100, $200, $500 on her. Like, it takes a lot of balls to do that. You have to be very comfortable in your current amount of wealth and probably also have something on the side that you're getting money from. Like, I'd imagine she's pretty well invested at this point. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to. Oh, I need to change your voice a little bit more so it's not as close to Edgeworth. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana... Even if it involved forging evidence. Bum bum bum! Yeah, dude, you can't send her all your life savings anymore. She said no. She said, guys, you're actually sending me way too much money. It's becoming a problem. See? That's what I'm talking about. No! No! That's so stupid, man. That's so lame. They just completely whitewash Edgeworth by throwing a new character under the bus. Lana's remarks caused such a stir, the chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. They cut off all our heads and skull-fucked us. We're dead. The conclusion for the trial would have to wait until the following day.
To be continued.
Wait, what? That doesn't make... This trial has gone so far off the rails, it's ridiculous. Like, they're not even attempting to adhere to the logic of the game anymore. The third day is supposed to be the last day in the legal system that's allowed for a trial. How the fuck is there a fourth day? God damn.
Pissing me off.
February 24th. Lana's been executed.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said.
Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. The girl with the psychic abilities? Oh, she's gone now. She leaves at the end of the game. Like, this is technically a DLC epilogue case. So this girl just showed up and is like, save my sister. So now her sister's on trial. And they just happen to look and act exactly like the sisters from the base game. But I mean, she like left to the mountains to do psychic training, so they can't just bring her back. So they created this new character who looks and acts exactly the same. Really creative stuff going on in Ace Attorney DLC.
I didn't know. I never knew what the SL9 incident was just another name for. Joe Dark killings.
Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me.
Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me.
What do you mean, what happened to you?
It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence.
But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma?
On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me.
What? He tried to kill you?
He tried to kill me.
Oh shit, did you see that?
Officer Marshall's brother Neil was only trying to save me.
I love that stab sound effect, it's great. Walk Up B, would you date Pokimane? I actually want to hear the answer to this question as well. Walk Up B, would you date Pokimane? So that means you...
Yes, I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial.
I didn't see that one coming. Yeah, I'm not surprised Walk Up B wouldn't date Pokimane. He is more into older women, aka MILFs, as he once so eloquently stated. Let's talk to her. SL9.
It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me, "Aga boga boga baga!" I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall rolled up.
Jake Marshall's brother.
Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then,
what happened?
I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now.
A permanent picture?
I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall.
So you weren't able to testify about that?
No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why Lana said she made up the crime.
Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence?
The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so bad, Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it.
Edgeworth?
Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it.
That's such a stupid retcon, holy shit. Walk Up B, you wouldn't date Pokemon at all. Not even Beedrill, as a matter of fact. Get that ass sent to Dwegan Land.
He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened.
So it's true, even though he may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. Come on, man, that's so lame. It was like the one interesting part about his character that really set him apart as a lawyer was like, this dude's dirty, he's gonna send innocent people to jail just to further his career and his weird twisted idea of justice. But it's like, nah, he's a really good guy, he just did it by accident. Oops! Oops, all fake evidence. My bad.
After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today.
She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. What did you see in the instant that crime occurred?
Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife.
Yeah, I'm trying to see and make sure she's right, and it looks like it, yeah. This dude has like an onion for a head, but this guy's wearing like cowboy clothes. See the frills here? It's like some sort of Native American looking jacket. Yeah, so it sounds about right. This does look like he would be a Marshall and he would be a darky.
And raised his knife.
Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. It was only for 1 second, so I was gonna make sure. A lot of the times the game will try to fuck with you with pictures.
I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms.
Poor Emma, you've been through so much. She even had the same sunglasses and haircut. I am 17-year-old Black Dynamite.
I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant.
I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. Ugga booga bugga! That's what she said in reality. Dude, it's Brock Shapiro. The announcement has sent shockwaves throughout Twitch and other streaming communities. Dude, what the why do people care if she doesn't want to accept donations or not? What does it matter? Get over yourselves. Streamers are fucking babies, dude. Get over yourself. If she doesn't accept donations, who gives a fuck? Who gives a flying fuck?
I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good.
2 years ago. You must have been 14. That's I thought she was 17. I guess she's 14. That's or 16. I can't do math. That's 14 plus 2? That's 14. That's understandable. Bam, bam, bam.
Once it was all over, I made up my mind.
Oh, that's the other girl. Maya's 17.
I decided I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. By the way, Lana would never have to forge any.
I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. There's something that's puzzling to me, Emma.
What is it?
You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right?
That's right.
Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only serial killer just busts through the fucking wall like the Kool-Aid Man to a random room in a high-rise. Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor.
Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day.
Why would he go to the prosecutor's office? Why did he run for the fucking door? Write my tweet. Discord.com. Cool image. That is a cool image, dude.
Cool image, brother.
Oh, just make it the URL. I see. That's a great tweet. Hang on a second. I have to write it down so I can tweet it out later. Pokemon's decision is inspired in large part by the enormous following she has cultivated, amassing over 10,000 subscribers. Dang, 10,000 subscribers, dude? At $5 each at least? $5! That's literally $50,000 a month. She's what's known as a rich bitch. Yeah, it makes sense then that you'd start to feel kind of bad. Like, I'm just streaming and I'm making more than a brain surgeon does. Like, that's not even counting the donations. That's just the subs. So that's pretty nutty. Yeah, that makes total sense why you'd be like, actually, on second thought, it's cool. You guys can just donate to other stuff. Donate it to the fucking Blue Cross Blue Shield. Not Red Cross, the company.
Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day.
Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police?
Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office.
Why? Wait, I thought the police department was 30 minutes away. I thought it was 30 minutes away by car from the police department to the prosecutor's office. Just like tearing down the fucking city streets to try to kill this little girl. Oh, wait, no, that's back when she was a cop. Okay, so she was not at the prosecutor's office. Remember, they said that they were working together on this case.
Because the detective offices in the questioning room are right across from the elevator.
Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she?
No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago.
Oh, she was a detective. Okay. I was assuming she was like a cop since she was still at the same place.
She was a detective. She was the best in the entire force.
What? That's news to me.
After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor.
Lana used to be a detective. I'd better have another talk with her. Yeah, I think we got the hint about that here, which I picked up on in the case file. Or it was when they were talking about it. They said that they were working together on it. And then, yeah, executive investigators, Damon Gant and Lana Skye. So that makes sense. Yeah, I guess she had to be a detective. Very interesting. I'd better have another talk with her. Lana Skye, you're in for it now, you bitch. First, I want to go to the prosecutor's office. Damn it, I don't want to talk to some motherfucker. Twitter will definitely delete my Twitch account and my Twitter. Because I just tweet insane. They'll just think I'm schizophrenic. Wait, is that a real tweet, Brockor? That's amazing. My favorite is still Stop the Count. Twitch donations represent a murky area. They're made through Twitch's bits tipping system or via third-party software. That's true. Prosecutor's office. No one's here today, not even Mrs. Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into what went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. But instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana! Oh wait, what am I doing? I was gonna go to the prosecutor's office, but she wasn't a prosecutor at the time, so it wasn't here. That's right, she was a detective. Police! Nah, I'll go talk to her first. I'll go talk to the hoe. I do like how Wakabi jumped down just because of his throat for no reason. I ain't fucking talking to you. He thinks that me and him are just having like a one-on-one conversation and everybody else who types is just interrupting our tete-a-tete, our head-to-head. Oh, Lana! Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence? I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. You know what's oh, she still has the bandage on her hand, by the way. I totally forgot about that. You know what's especially stupid about this twist? Where it's like Edgeworth never falsified evidence, and it was all just accidental? He literally, earlier on in the game, in the actual mainline cases before the DLC, went at length explaining his philosophy and why he doesn't care about falsifying evidence. Like, he actually straight up fessed to it, and he's like, yeah, this is why I do it. I don't give a fuck. But this time it's like, oh, I was falsifying evidence. Oh, no. He's like, I just need somebody to go away to prison because everybody's secretly guilty of something. Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago? About how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office? That's right. Could you fill me in on the details? Especially about that unusual change of jobs. I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright.
I sure do.
However, after the sheer volume of donations and huge sums, they can create a worrisome power dynamic between Twitch and YouTube streamers and their viewers. Wait, what? Okay, that part makes no sense, Wakabi. I was with you the first time. That part makes... How is that any different than her accepting, subscriptions? What? That makes no sense. Is she canceling subscriptions too? Like, she's like, don't pay me for anything on my stream? That doesn't make any sense. If you were in the fucking witness stand right now, the fucking music would start playing like I was about to crack the case. Because it would be so easy to poke holes in this. Today's trial. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it?
I don't give a fuck.
I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth.
I don't give a fuck. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul.
Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, Jesus, she's like pouring her heart out and he's like, yeah, skip the fucking melodramatic bullshit. Anyway, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness said. About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us?
Emma, this doesn't involve just me.
I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so fazed before. Interesting, huh? So what would she want to protect so much she'd be willing to take the fall for this? What would she be so obsessed with protecting that she'd be willing to, like, literally pretend to murder somebody and, like, take the fall for it? And go to fucking get executed for it?
It's true, I was a member of the police force 2 years ago.
She was amazing. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together with their faked evidence and sent innocent people to their deaths. Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes.
Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be.
They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filled. Emma really idolizes her big sister. Thank you, Phoenix, for the aside. I couldn't figure that one out. The potential for all of this to create a toxic environment in which a streamer only makes content to appeal to wealthy viewers never truly disappears. Wakabi, what are you talking about? Only makes content to appeal to wealthy viewers? So like you're gonna just only film vlogs on top of yachts? Your yacht review? What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective. That is honestly kind of toxic though, Wakabi's right. That makes me feel really uncomfy when they target only wealthy viewers. The reason I became a detective was
To gain experience investigating crime scenes, so you could use that experience in court, right?
That's what I do to you guys. That's what I fucking do to you guys. I make sure if there's any poor ass motherfuckers, if someone watches my stream for more than 3 minutes without instantly donating $100 or at least subscribing with a tier 3 sub, I just ban them instantly. Because they're not nearly wealthier enough to be, you know, filling my pockets with chump change. I don't need this fucking like, oh, here's a bit here. Here's a tier 1 sub. A tier fucking 1 sub! Get the fuck out of here with that fucking poor shit. You peasants. I only want wealthy like the king of fucking Belgium watches my shit.
To gain experience using investigating crime scenes, you could use that experience in court, right?
Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs. Darky investigation. $5! That's crazy, dude. We're literally having the opposite instance of $5. It feels so fucked up. Doesn't it feel like that other girl who was like a somewhat small streamer should have the more like heart of gold approach to it, where she's like, I just appreciate you guys watching. I want to provide content that I enjoy making, so it doesn't matter to me how much money I get. But instead, that's coming from fucking Pokimane, of all people. And the small streamer was talking about how they all need to donate $5. We're literally in like upside down bizarro world, dude. Something happened. When CERN activated that fucking Large Hadron Collider, they like inverted the universe and they never told anybody. I need to stream of fucking sugar daddies, dude. Excuse me, daddy. I believe I'm owed $300 today. Yeah, it's true. Commander Root is also watching us at all times. So it's dangerous out here for streamers if they're not getting that cash. Pokimane wants fans who would other donate to her channel to focus on growing channels. Oh, that's cool. See, that's what I was talking about. It's like, that does make sense. It feels like once you got to a certain level of comfortability, like once your income is no longer in question, then that seems like the logical next step, right? Unless you're like super greedy, would be like, here, pay it forward, just pass it along. But I mean, that's the thing about streaming, is it is by nature extremely volatile. Because even big streamers, if they have like a big controversy or if their content falls out of popularity, like say they're a Fall Guys streamer, they make a ton of money, but then Fall Guys dies and nobody watches them for anything else. Like, all of a sudden, you go from making $50,000 a month to making like $10,000 a month. That's a huge problem. Especially since they don't have like health covered, they don't have dental. Like, they have to pay for everything out of pocket. Unless they're connected to some bigger organization, like working for it. Let's talk about the Darky investigation, though.
2 years ago, I was...
Oh, this is the other girl. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. They even had the same office? Oh, that's really interesting to know.
Ooh, that's going in my handy-dandy notebook.
Gant and Lana shared office.
Cool, good to know. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his big brother. He was quite... Oh, that was his big brother? Wow, he looked younger than he does even here. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma.
Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark.
You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime Was me. Now you tell us. Okay, so Lana was first on the scene. Got it. Good to know. Would I rather live in the future? Yeah. Of course. Absolutely, and obviously I would prefer to live in the future. The thing people don't understand about the human experience is that it just increases in quality throughout time. Pretty consistently. The only way you get shafted is if you happen to be born in like a several decade stretch where there's a big revolution happening. Like the Industrial Revolution, it fucking sucked balls to be part of it. Because they had to work like 12-hour days, all the kids had to work. They just died on the job, nobody gave a fuck. They got paid pennies. But then like right afterwards, it was great. It was way better than the era before it. The only time shit sucks is in like the cusp of a new breakthrough. Like for us, in the next 50 years, we're probably going to have a period of like really shitty life conditions because we're going to move into a new digital frontier. But it probably won't be as bad as the one who came before it. And the one that came before it probably wasn't as bad as the one that came before that. So on and so forth. Like quality of life just consistently gets better. Now you tell us. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Doc that day. The investigation was in its final stages and Doc must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Gant and myself.
That's where he found me.
So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Doc. Interesting. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on top of each other, and I smelled blood. Well, here's my question, right? Are you ready for my question? This is probably gonna blow your little fucking baby brains if you didn't think of this before. Where the fuck was Gant during all this? So supposedly, the murderer was being interviewed by Neil and Gant. Murderer runs out of the room. 2 people left in the room. Marshall and Gant. Marshall runs out of the room to go catch Gant. They have a big fight. He dies. Time passes. Lana Skye comes upon the crime scene. Where the fuck was Gant? Was he still just sitting in the fucking interrogation room? Was he nodding off? I'm gonna write this down. This seems important. Gant and Neil interrogated man when he fled, and then Gant didn't chase. That seems pretty important, right? Like, why the fuck, where was he? Alright, good. I wrote that down too. The successful streamer, other revenue options, including merchandise sales and exclusive brand partnerships. Yeah, that's what I was talking about before, is, big streamers have a lot more, sources of revenue than just donations, so when you can afford to do that, I feel like that's a cool thing to do. Just not take them anymore. But I mean, that's, people like their money, so it's not even a bad thing if you don't. Wakabi loves Pokemon, dude. Oh, would I rather live 200 or 2,000 years in the future? 2,000 for the same reason. Either everything will be incredible, and even perhaps mortality will be solved and I can live forever, or everything will already be destroyed and I'll just die instantly. Either way, I win. I either die or I live forever, and I'm gonna take that fucking gamble every day. I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim Emma, for the same logic, obviously. Like, shit just gets better consistently. This is Phoenix. Prosecutor Marshall, the victim Emma, who had passed out. And the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. Interesting. So, after he was killed... What? This seems so obvious, doesn't it? Like, what is happening here? Neil KO'd the murderer after he was killed. Sure. After he was murdered. Yeah, he had just enough strength left to knock out a full-grown adult male after he was fucking stabbed to death. Also notice the knife was in his back? How the fuck do you get stabbed in the back, then still knock a dude out before you die? Like, what? That's super dumb. So obviously Gant got there first and set up the crime scene. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her after. But the question is why, right? Like, why would Gant care about this crime scene? What motive would he have to fuck with things? Like, to kill Neil or to KO the Joe Dark? Because it seems like if Dark got KO'd, right? And he's no longer a threat, well, A, how does he conceivably actually kill this cowboy guy who his brother says is a good fighter? None of it makes any sense. I guess we'll learn more, but right now it's like I don't understand the Gant's motive if he's the killer. Can't blame her, after all her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Doc under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident? That's your question? Dude, we've known this for 3 hours. Quite a coincidence, I don't buy it.
What are you saying?
There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident just by chance.
But that case was solved 2 years ago.
At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall, yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. I went through the full fucking gamut there. I started thinking it was Emma, and then I thought it was Phoenix, and then I finally realized it was her. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely.
I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark.
Yeah, apparently YouTube is getting fucked up right now. Reanimated Bit was telling me that none of the things are working. None of the, like, videos are working. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone just has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself. The Chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the Chief's office. The site of the final SL9 murder. Yabba dabba 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 dabba. No, I want to go to the fucking office, you hoe. I don't want to talk to fucking... It's gotta be a funny gumshoe moment. $10, it's... Oh, yes, thank God. I was wrong. I'll gladly lose this $10. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere.
Things seem kind of quiet around here today.
You're right. The chief of detectives seems the same, though.
Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to?
Right. We can come back here later. Police department. No, not Gumshoe. Not Gumshoe. Oh, good. Howdy, Bambina.
Oh, Mr. Marshall.
I never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera, sera. You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning.
Billy?
Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. That was somebody else talking. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner.
But Mr. Marshall, why did you do it?
Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Up in the butt, what the fuck, dude? Why did you kill you two? You buster! You should be called Up in the Busta for that one. You're getting banned. You're getting banned. Hang on, I'm banning him real fast. Okay, I didn't actually ban him. I thought about it, though. I hovered my hand over the button. I love YouTube. Where else can you watch videos of gibbons pulling on the tail of dog? Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean, fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean the switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's, alright. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised.
A question?
The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. That's super important. What? Knife didn't match Neil's stab wound. But what the? That's so important. How did they not catch that? Well, I guess we know they fucked with the evidence to win the trial, so maybe that's one of the pieces they abstained. What does that mean?
It means there's a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. So how did I know about it? I don't know.
Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence?
That case left behind scars on all of us.
The scars that the SL9 incident left behind. Yo, Emma, can you stop fucking popping in with nothing? She keeps like making these interjections that don't add anything. She just repeats what he said. Yeah, that's true. YouTube also had fucking capybaras. They're all gone because fucking stupid Up in the Butt held his magnet against their hard drive for too long. Thanks a lot, dick. Now I can never watch this funny man again. This is Markiplier right here on the left.
I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together.
How old was he? Your brother?
He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day.
The highest honor? You mean the
King of Prosecutors?
I knew it.
What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor.
Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as...
That's right. It was the day of the evidence transfer.
Oh my god, what? What?
That's crazy. What a coincidence. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall it was thunder. I can't believe 2 years had gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die.
Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty.
There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired, and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room.
What about Detective Goodman?
If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious.
They? Who are you talking about?
Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Skye.
Oh my god! They fired all the investigators, dude. You know why? Because they're little sons of bitches. They didn't want anybody to be suspicious of what the case being fishy, so they fired every single person who worked on the case. What? Okay.
The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second in command, Lana Skye.
Well, sorry, except for one. That way it's so much less suspicious.
There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both their careers.
After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right?
Yeah, Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She'd never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective.
Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too.
Tell me, what happened to my sister?
Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out.
Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago. Poor cowboy, I hope he doesn't get executed.
So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner?
It was certainly enlightening.
There's one thing for sure I found out in the court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. Because they retconned the fact that he was my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today.
They finally gave him a little spitting animation for his cork.
Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina.
No, Marshall! He fucking got incinerated, dude. They were done with his smelly ass. Damn it, I really like that character. Why can't he be in the next game too? In every game. I'm going back here. Oh! That's what Chimichanga says. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted.
That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes.
What was this guy's voice? I completely forget. Holy shit. Oh wait, this isn't Gant. This is just the chief of detectives. There's chief of police and chief of detectives. I think this is the chief of detectives. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do with Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media in tomorrow's trial, there's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Emma, you're such a stupid fuck. You ruined everything. Well, what are we waiting for? I hate Emma so goddamn much. What the fuck? This is like some fucking, what's it called? This is some Resident Evil shit, dude. The chief of police just has a fucking massive church organ sitting in the middle of his office for no reason. That's so dumb. I really hope the end of the game is Maya coming back and her train just squishes Emma's brain. It just squishes her head with a satisfying pop. And she says, I got ran over by a train? Oh my goodness, I got ran over by a train. Whoa, where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. They did not call you that. I thought I was a genius. What? I skipped it. I never could remember where C was. Huh. I don't remember this guy's voice. I think he was like deep voice, but like southernish. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put the paper he was reading in his desk. So, righto. Have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. Oh, that's sweet. Okay, I love the chief now. Look at this fucking sweet-ass suit of armor he has in the background. Dude, he will. He's some Resident Evil-ass motherfucker. He has a giant church organ and a sweet suit of armor that's lit godsly by the light. Dude, I love this. I would love to have both of these items in my own home. I fucking love armor and swords and shit. Okay, this guy can't be the murderer. Only a hero would own a giant suit of armor for no reason. 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. Hey, why does the prosecutor trophy have the sword on it? The prosecutor trophy is just a shield. Look, it's right here. We can even check it. See? No sword, just a shield. Interesting. I even mentioned that it would make more sense for a prosecutor trophy to be a sword. Prosecutor's trophy used to have sword. I love how the fucking sick-ass suit of armor is photobombing them. Look, he's just standing there, pointing his little dagger menacingly at Neil. That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall. Oh no, he's the White Knight, dude. Look, he's protecting her. He's protecting his queen. With blade and with sorcery. He will not let anyone approach. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. I did. I put my finger all the way up in it and started wiggling it around, trying to find its G-spot. Gan, team picture added to the court record. Oh, yeah. You found my court record. Look, there he is. I love this little guy. A little fucking armor. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm gonna lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Oh my god, dude. He's so innocent. He's actually extremely innocent. The lungs are pretty large instruments, it's true. I play on them all day long like it's a bango drum. Like it's a bit of a bango drum. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend.
Looks like we aren't welcome.
It seems that case isn't over with yet after all.
What do you mean?
Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there.
You mean like a clue?
There's gotta be a way we can get inside the chief's office. Yabba yabba, yabba 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 baba. Hey pal, it's Gumshoe, baby. Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting?
I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt.
From sitting so long?
Actually, from saving everyone coffee.
Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop.
Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth?
Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask?
He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battle's between you two in court.
That sounds serious.
Is it because of what my sister said?
That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood.
Yikes. That's so uncomfy.
I feel like Emma would absolutely be part of a Zoomer witch coven on Discord. Like 100% guaranteed she'd be talking about moon crystals and shit. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she?
Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor has kept him safe from those who don't like him.
I want to move my chair down a little bit. I can't. I got bad news. I can't move it down.
It's kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now with this...
Are there really so many people who hate him?
In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, he also cheats using falsified evidence.
Hey Dick, keep up the good work.
Yes, sir!
Let's go out for lunch again sometime, my treat.
Yes, sir!
You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick?
Yes, sir!
It seems you don't have any problems with enemies.
Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack.
What about the Sil 9?
Dude, oh my god.
Detective Gumshoe, if he had just had like giant fucking titties, that would be so hot. Oh my god, dude, I'd turn him into fucking Detective Gumshoe if that were the scenario. If that were the reality we lived in, he would have to become my Detective GF.
Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing.
He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything?
The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack.
His final attack? You mean...
when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl.
Me.
It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl.
That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all.
Well, what was it?
Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay?
His powers of recollection never fail to impress.
Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory.
Hey, Dick, keep up the good work. That's true. You already know what his job is in that. They already said they demoted him. You already know they were fucking blowing his back out all day in that conference room.
Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman.
A businessman? What made him take to serial killing?
One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car.
With his car? So it was an accident?
An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal.
An animal?
He killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a lady who saw the second crime.
What? Stop skipping shit! What the fuck?
A jogger came upon the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in.
Seems he was a pretty careless animal. Wait, he turned himself in? Then why the fuck did they need to falsify evidence to convict him? What? Makes no fucking sense at all. DLC case is so dumb. Like, none of it has any logical structure.
Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence.
So he turned himself in.
Yeah, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Doc was arrested on the spot.
So he turned himself in, was being interrogated by the police, decided, nah, I'm not turning myself in, escaped. Instead of running for the door, he ran to the elevator, took the elevator to the top floor, to the prosecutor's office, where Emma happened to be, and then tried to kill her. And then Marshall called the elevator back down, got in the elevator, took the elevator to the top floor while the elevator music was playing, ran out just in time to save her because he didn't kill her for some reason in the 5 minutes he was waiting on the elevator, and then he got killed instead. What? That makes no sense. None of that story makes any sense.
It's a good thing that the witness wasn't killed.
That last witness, aka Emma, aka MILFs. I'm gonna present him with, I don't know, evidence. The murder weapon. Did he give me something or no? Yup, he didn't. He just showed me this. Sentence, death. Let's show him.
Dun, 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 dun. You can see my broken knife.
This game has gone so insane, dude. I almost feel like this was written by different people than wrote the base game. Because the base game, the crimes are usually pretty tight. And, like, it makes a lot of sense. Even if you're confused at first, you'll be like, oh, that makes total sense when you find out what's happening. This case, the more that they reveal, the less it makes any sort of logical sense. Let's show him this. About this.
Hey, is that?
It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of.
What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been away in a locker.
On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker and was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car. Muffler!
That's it! Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me.
But what is it, Detective? Quick! Murder weapon. This knife. It was Joe Dark's, wasn't it?
That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at, plus it had all his fingerprints on it too.
But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right?
That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken.
You don't have to take a good look to notice that.
Yeah, well anyway, take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in.
Where was it?
The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body.
Okay, got it. So knife tip broke off in Marshall. As you know, the tips of knives generally do. Knife tip broke off inside Neil. Neil Patrick Harris, dude. A whole universe was in a dark, dense state. Wait, he's not on The Big Bang Theory? What the fuck is he on? He's on another really stupid show. Neil Patrick, he's on the one where all those friends like are constantly fucking each other and like meeting your mother. I Met Your Mother. That's the show. Sorry, I got my wires crossed. I thought that was The Big Bang Theory for a split second.
It was found deep inside the stab wound.
Did it match Dark's knife?
You bet! Down to the last fiber.
That's pretty conclusive. It's also pretty convenient. Stabbed in the back, died from a punctured heart and lung. So you stabbed him so fucking hard that you punctured through his lung and his heart in the same blow. And in doing so, the tiny little tip of the switchblade also broke off and stayed in his body. And the wound doesn't match the knife, according to Gumshoe. Yeah, it's conclusive evidence, man. What other fucking explanation could there be? This is really, like, really easy. This last case is shockingly easy. Switchblade knife. Oh, so this was not the murder weapon, clearly. This was very clearly not the murder weapon. belonged to murderer Joe Dark, and they were just talking about how they falsified evidence. So clearly he was killed by something else. Then, in order to get conclusive evidence, like, what's his face? Neil was killed by something else. So to get conclusive evidence that Dark did it, they took his knife and, like, broke off the tip and put it inside of the stab wound. So I guess that's the falsified evidence they've been talking about.
Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know.
Can I ask you one more thing?
What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant.
It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered.
The chief's out now and his office is locked, but we'd like to have a look around if that's okay.
Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door.
What, really?
But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust.
Breach of trust?
Dude, she just... oh my God. I fucking hate Emma so goddamn much. All she does the entire time is repeat back things people said in a question form.
I'd be charged with breach of trust.
Breach of trust?
Yeah, I'd be fired.
You'd be fired.
Sorry, pal.
Sorry, pal.
I don't plan on getting fired because of you.
How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's.
That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died.
Oh.
So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into the office.
I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind.
I won't let you into the detective's office. Change my mind. Let's show him
a motherfucking cell phone. Could I interest you in a brand new cell phone, Detective Gumshoe?
I'll show him a rubber ass glove, dude.
I don't know, man. What the fuck does he want? Let me share a little advice with you as a detective. If you don't have a clue, keep your trap shut. Sheesh. I've been studied up on these files. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. To think people are accusing him of injustice. I, for one, ain't buying it, pal.
You're looking into the case for Mr. Edgeworth?
Yeah, it was a pretty big deal while it was going on, you know. After all, a serial killer was on the loose.
Atlanta was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dark guilty. Damn it, that's not it? Oh, poor Detective Gumshoe. He's so sad now. He's depressive Gumshoe. Ba 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 ba.
Yub 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 yub.
I'll show you the blue badger, brother. This guy almost made us lose the case today.
What are you talking about? He was the guy in the bloodstain on the evidence locker with his life. That's more than you can say about most officers nowadays.
It would have saved us a lot of trouble if he hadn't guarded it so well.
I have to admit he's right though. Thanks to the blue badger, we were able to prove another possibility. The possibility that another murder took place prior to 5:15 p.m. Dude, the murder where Wakabi killed Pokimane. He fucking knocked her jaw out of her head, if you could believe that. I have no clue what it wants me to give him. Like, I have no idea what it wants me to give him. Oh, I can show him this. The ID card record.
That's the ID card record, isn't it?
Yes, there's only one number left to investigate. At 4:20 p.m., the victim, Detective Goodman, must have entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone with an executive officer number.
7777777.
That's 17 too many, Detective. An executive officer. I just might have a hunch. Yeah, no shit. I just need him to let me into the fucking room. I don't know what to show him, man. He doesn't want to fucking look at anything.
About that jar. I think I've seen it before somewhere.
Somewhere? Wait, what?
Or maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives.
This must be the most uninformative detective I've ever seen.
Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me.
Chief Gant?
Where could I have seen that before?
Interesting. So, jar reminds Gumshoe of Gant's office. Dun, ba, 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 ba. Detective Hot Shoe. Dude, his name is Detective Kiss Shoe because he kisses Shoe on the mouth. Hang on, I'm gonna save again. I'm gonna save over Detective Gumshoe's final strike where he cuts my throat open once and for all with his gum-like shoes. It's actually his superpower is that he can't move because his gum-like shoes stick him to the ground. You need to let me in, Detective Gumshoe. I'm sick of you. That man must be the chief of detectives. He's the chief of my fucking ass. Present. I must have to come back here once I get something else. I must simply... Well, maybe I'll show him more of this stuff. Let me share a little advice. Oh, fuck you, Gumshoe. I'll bite your nose. I'll bite your fucking nose right off, bitch. Let's show him Detective Glove Shoe. Damn it, he still wants to tell me advice of advice. Ron Howard says Solo 2 is still a possibility. Dang, dude. Solo 2. Walker B was telling me that originally the sequel trilogy was going to be George Lucas directing, and it was going to be about Darth Maul as the big bad guy, and Darth Talon. You were stupid, Detective Gumshoe.
I can't believe Officer Marshall did something like that.
You know Officer Marshall? I told you, she only does that.
Of course I do. He was like a mentor to me. When I first started out, he even gave me a small cactus.
Really?
He said, Dick, listen, she'll aid all your troubles.
Note to self, Detective Gumshoe talks to a cactus.
Hard to believe he's just a patrolman now. Someone ought to trade places with him. What? Why y'all look at me like that?
Yub, 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 yub. I must have to come back. I simply have to come back and talk to Gumshoe at a later date because he's pissed off at me now and he doesn't give a fuck. She also doesn't give a fuck, and she doesn't even give a hell of a damn of a fuck. Let's show her some of this stuff. Attorneys and prosecutors have no business showing evidence. Fuck you, you white devil. Damn it, I can't show her fucking jack shit, because she doesn't give a fuck. Not underground parking lot either. High Prosecutor. Oh, it is the High Prosecutor's office. Why do I care though? It must be something to do with Detective Cringe Shoe, as he's known. Edgeworth, that's his name. Solo was nothing but a huge flop in the eyes of Disney. Yeah, it would be kind of weird to have a Solo sequel considering 3 people viewed the first one, and I was not even among them, being a huge Star Wars nerd. February 24th. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is! He looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live with the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. Mr. Edgeworth is currently being canceled on Twitter. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. I want your paper, bitch. I wonder what he was writing. Come on, Mr. Wright, let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look. What? Letter of... If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says, letter of resignation. No, Edgeworth, my friend, is resignating, dude. He's leaving the fucking prosecution forever. But I'll always miss his bright smile and friendly personality. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean. I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. He's gonna fucking write a twit longer, dude. He says, I'm sorry to all the people I've disappointed by falsifying evidence. I am now leaving the prosecutor scene forever. Hey, what's up, X-Edge? Welcome, dude. Welcome back. You got here just in time for something inside of Edgeworth to die. But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done, and no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh. I think he's serious.
Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something.
This letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything? Oh, Gumshoe. I can show it to Gumshoe. Of course. Gumshoe loves Edgeworth for some ungodly reason. Goodbye, Penguin Bitch. That guy looks like Penguin Bitch, so that's his nickname. No. I don't care about the office underground.
Excuse me.
Oh, it's her. Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? Miss Starr! I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. What? What the fuck are you talking about? You fucking cow nipple? She's an insane person. She wears an octopus on her neck, that's how you know. Still, I never thought she'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't all be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Miss Starr's hatred towards Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Were you really the first person to suck a cow's nipple to see if there was milk up in the butt? Oh fuck, I dropped my mouse because I was so shocked by this revelation. What did you discover? Was there milk in there? I still haven't tested it for myself, so I don't know. I don't know if the allegations are true. But I am going to make a twit longer about it anyway, about how disappointed I am. Here's the dark investigation. Joe Doc. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye.
My sister?
The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course they were led by that legendary duo.
Lana and Chief Ganta!
What about after the case closed, Octopus Neck? That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up with our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Doc got what he deserved. But it was obvious that the evidence produced in the court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret.
But you don't have proof anything illegal was done.
I am proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor.
Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor.
Nothing's quite as simple as it appears.
Huh?
Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? That's the question, right? Is she and Gant both being used? Or was Gant using her? It's starting to look more like that's the case, the deeper we get into this, considering he's at the center of literally everything. Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation, with Lana second in command. They were the best!
They solved all kinds of cases together.
Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He'd produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence? You mean... Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her.
Really?
Oh yes, dude, oh my god, I'm gonna go crazy with these fucking Emma shit. All she does is interject to ask inane questions that don't do anything. Like, you could remove every single one of her lines outside the courtroom from this trial and it would be exactly the same. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake.
Mr. Marshall!
Yep, just take that line out, nothing changes. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. It wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from this shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating.
Miss Starr.
That's why. Exactly, she didn't do anything again. I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Yeah, the jelly donuts on her head do look pretty tasty, and she has like a sample of the jelly behind them too, so you can see exactly what jelly was inside of these donuts. I want to take a fucking bite, dude. Her whole outfit is so delicious. See, she's even got whipped cream arms, if you will. Cake bread crust neck thing, octopus on her neck. Looks so fucking good. Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence.
Chief?
That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. And then no one would stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along.
But how could he control Lana?
I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. At last, I'm finally getting to the bottom of this emblem. Thank you. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Dude, I hate to break it to these detectives, but they are utter morons to not have cracked this case before. Like, it's very fucking obvious. So, yeah, so that's who was blackmailing Lana, is Chief Gant. That's why she can't come forward about, like, I'm not the killer, I didn't do it. Because he's got something over her. He's holding something over her head. I mean, it could even be as simple as the fact that, like, he gave her the prosecutor's job, so if she reveals that, he'll reveal that she's unqualified, but, like, that seems like a lot to get put to death for, right? It's probably something more sinister. But that being said, how the fuck do you go, like, get transferred from being a detective to a prosecutor, and then immediately promoted to chief prosecutor? Those are two completely different jobs. Like, it's not even close. There's no overlap there. I'm moving back to the fucking place, dude. I'm moving back to the MF department of detardment.
Send me in!
What? I can't... Oh, here we go. He's gone! What? Where the fuck is stupid-ass Gumshoe? I want to show him the letter of resignation. I guess I could show her instead, but I don't see why she'd give a fuck. Yeah, okay, so she won't do it. She won't be a hoe. Yeah, I guess that's true. Court is a dangerous place, after all. Especially in this insane universe where you get 3 days for a trial and then you're sentenced to death and executed immediately. Although this case, for whatever reason, is going on an extra day, and it's like there's no real explanation, it just is. I guess technically it's not a new day yet, it's just later in the same day. They're just convening another trial later.
Let's move! Underground parking lot!
Eggworth? Nah, I don't want to talk to him. I already talked to him. I need to talk to fucking Gumshoe, so he'll give me his stupid card. Like, if I show him that fucking Edgeworth is gonna resign if I don't get into that office, he's gotta let me in.
He's gotta let me in.
But he's not here. Interesting. But I guess I'll figure it out. But yeah, I'm gonna BRB real fast. And when I get back, we'll continue this case. Possibly beat it tonight, but this may actually go another day, surprisingly, because, like, I don't know. This doesn't feel like it's wrapping up. But yeah, watch this quick little ad break, and I will return with the next part of this Danganronpa-esque game. And we'll continue trying to crack this case. See you guys in a few. I'm back. How did you guys enjoy the 5-second musical loop that's been going on? Right after I left, I realized that I was standing in a fucking silent room, so I moved us back to this room so that there would actually be music playing in the background while I was gone. It went bam, 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 bam. What the fuck, Chimichanga? Dude, I just got back and now I'm already in a freaking pissed off mood because you're talking to me like some sort of heckin' chonker, some sort of heckin' hecker. Really freaking not vibing with my Keanu's, dude. Really makes me kind of steamed off a little bit, you know? I'm making a post about you on Reddit later about how unace you are. Where the fuck do I go, man? Here's the problem. I was debating whether or not I should, while I was gone, I was like, should I just look it up? Should I just break and look it up where the fuck I'm going? But I didn't do it, because you know what? We've gotten this far in the game without cheating. So we may as well go the whole fucking 9 yards. It's okay, I forgive you, Chimichanga. Oh, nice, you got a Badoo. Let's go, Phoenix Warlord. That's my favorite character, easy. Easy, my favorite character in Genshin Impact is Badoo. She's got the biggest titties, she's got the coolest sword. She kind of looks like this girl, but she's a pirate instead of like a Nazi war criminal. That's basically the vibe she has going on. Bam, bam, bam. She kind of looks like this girl too, a little bit. Let's go to the High Pasta Shooter's office. Yo, why are you resigning, you oaf? Here, take the fucking glove. Take everything. Right, please. I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss it with you on a cup of tea. Just tell me about the case.
Mr. Wright, Mr. Edgeworth just told you no.
Yup. Okay, so maybe he'll give... That's the same thing he said yesterday, but maybe he'll give me something. So he doesn't care about the jar. I'm trying to look for stuff that might have to do with SL9. Like, this stuff was on the floor in front of the law car. This was a handprint on the law car. He doesn't give a... Dude, he doesn't give a fuck! He does not give a fucking rat's ass. Did they update some new stuff into, Genshin Impact 2? Like the new region you were talking about? Or was this just a small update? How about the photo? This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. The prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Have you noticed that this kind of looks like this? Like, this looks like the tip of the knight's spear or whatever the fuck he's holding. The one on the shield trophy. Just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy.
Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me.
Yes?
The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding, it's a little different.
Yeah, it's got the sword, dumbass.
Than yours.
Yes, you're right. I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design.
A story?
Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. The fuck does that mean, motherfucker? Oh, it was just a small update? Damn it. I'll go back to that game someday when it's good again. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard the story?
Me? Oh, sure, everyone knows that.
Why don't you tell it, though? For Emma's sake. Very well. That's not a halberd, first of all. That's just a regular-ass spear. Long ago in the ancient kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Oh, that's funny. Is that a real story? Because that's hilarious. The first contradiction was like, bro, didn't you just say that this weapon could slice through any shield? The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredits them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus, the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Hey, what's up, Shrug4? Welcome, brother. I don't need any help right now, but thanks for the offer. I'm doing fine. I'm about to get to, like, the very last trial of the game. Oh, I see. And so the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize...
Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items.
Oh, so this isn't a sword. It's like the tip of a spear, tip of a halberd.
The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this.
Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today.
YouTube is being a fuck, dude. YouTube is being closed down today. If you guys didn't know this, story time. This is like essentially just as intellectual as the story of the king's two halberds that he thinks was a contradiction. Today on YouTube, you go to YouTube to watch funny videos of a penguin farting. There's no videos on YouTube today. How's that for a frickin' contradiction? There's no videos on YouTube, the site that was designed specifically for people to watch videos on with their eyes. So how does that make sense either? See? It's basically the same exact scenario. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Interesting. What? At Gant's behest, the halberd was removed. What? Why? Oh, I can't even look at the old version. Yup. Forged evidence. There's no excuse for what I've done. What I've done! 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean that the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same, no matter what excuses I might have.
Mr. Edgeworth.
I take pride in my work, so tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. So sad, dude. Wait, YouTube works for you? People were telling me all day today, all fucking day today, that YouTube has been down and you can't watch any videos and that it's all broken. Were they fucking fooling me? Were they pulling one over on old Uncle John? Tomorrow's trial. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves.
But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial.
Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists? That is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. To use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time.
Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time.
That picture? Something seemed strange about it.
Yub. The day of the crime.
Huh. Weird. So YouTube is working just fine, but other people said it wasn't working. Maybe they just didn't have their internet plugged in and they had forgotten the fact that their internet was turned off. The day of the crime. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Guffman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one.
Because you were awarded this?
Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department.
You finished up at the office?
Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is until I was asked to take something back.
Take something back?
Oh my god, dude. This is like destroying my fucking brain. If you're just joining us, you won't be as annoyed, but literally all this character ever does is repeat back what people just fucking said 2 seconds ago. So he says, I'm gonna take something back, and she'll respond,
take something back?
It's like the fucking entire character. It's all she does. She's been here for like 10 hours of gameplay, and literally all she does is repeat questions, or repeat statements as questions.
That? Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he?
Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday.
So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right. Yup. I wish he was a guy, and all the men were girls, and all the girls were men. That would be a more interesting game, to be honest. It would be called Catfight the Musical. Imagine Phoenix Wright and Edgeworth as just two, like, sexy girls, and they were just always at each other's throats. The sexual tension will be off the charts. Let's move to... Of course, we know that they're two dudes, so it doesn't really make sense that they would, like, have sex with one another. I don't think there's even a word for that. But two girls, that's, like, called lesbians, I have been told. So I believe that is actually a distinct possibility. It'll be a much more sexually charged game in that scenario. Let's move to...
the Police Department.
February 24th. Oh, you're back. You're still here?
I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ.
I don't think that's what DJs do.
You're a DJ as well?
If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey.
Oh, that DJ.
I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene. I have to take a look in there.
There's gotta be something we can do.
I know what to do. I think that would be awesome too, to be totally honest. Phoenix Wright, that's what the game would be called. Miley Edgeworth? Dude, the game writes itself. Here, give this. Detective Gum High Heel? Like, it all just makes so much sense. Edgeworth's discarded letter of resignation. There you go.
What's this crumpled up piece of shit? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious!
Is he ever not serious?
I can't believe they pushed him this far.
Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible.
When I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him.
Detective?
That's it. I've made up my mind.
But...
Here, take my ID card.
We can't do that. If someone found out...
They wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report.
Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may as well already be as good as terminated and such. What? So at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake.
Alright, detective. Thank you. I got it. Alright, we're gonna go to the chief's office. Basically, the chief of police is being a huge chode. And he's not letting me investigate his spooky Resident Evil office because, you know, it's like that's where a big crime happened 2 years ago. And it was so scary. And like Emma was like, oh! And then the lights flashed. And the cowboy was like, oh no! And then he got stabbed. And then he was dead. And there was a big church organ in the background and stuff. It was real crazy.
Here goes, Mr. Wright.
Ding. That sounded like the fucking Yu-Gi-Oh! HP dropping sound. Oh, yeah.
We're in. If anyone finds us now,
Detective Gumshoe's a goner.
If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out.
eek.
Oh!
He fucking punched her in the face. He knocked her out. He knocked her jaw off.
Sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
I didn't even know you could slap a ghost.
Ah, Detective Gumshoe. What are you doing sneaking up on us like that?
I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too.
If you're here, what's the point in giving us your ID card? What? Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket.
Hey, don't do that to my card. I hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now.
You really do want to get fired, don't you?
Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find.
Can you get the fuck out of the way, Detective Oafshoe? Dude, here's the part that really pisses me off about Detective Gumshoe. He's too daggum large. This dude's on that fucking cow growth hormone bullshit. Yub. This side of the office looks completely different. This looks like my fucking chair in real life. These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf. Hey, this is when Lana and I went to that theme park. So he's just kept her office exactly as it was for the last 2 years? Why? This was taken on that day 2 years ago. The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma.
After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. Then went along with Chief Gant to question Doc. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later.
So they took the picture right next to this guy. So they took it like right here. They took that picture. This is the real deal, isn't it? These armor and weapons?
Sure is, pal.
The chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it! I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. Dude, in Ace Attorney 2, you have to defend her for tax evasion. Objection! My client didn't feel like paying her taxes. You don't have any taxes to pay. You buster, poor-ass bitch.
Shh, be careful of what you say. Who knows? The chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak.
I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out.
Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy could be.
He's got a banana phone. He's got a hashtag banana phone as usual. Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. I wonder what he was reading.
This looks like a list of evidence.
A list of evidence?
In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though.
Hey, look at the case name.
Huh? SL9 incident? I wonder what this is doing in here.
Hold on, detective. What did you just say?
I said, I wonder what?
No, about evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long?
That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence.
A half-sized list of evidence. The list of evidence, it seems too short. It's about half-sized. Is there some sort of half-sized evidence list?
Yeah, a half-sized evidence list.
What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it. The chief must be hiding something. It would appear so. Oh, yeah. Let's check it out, baby. Let's see what the rest of the evidence was. Shall we dance? Let's see. Check this. Oh, it's just gibberish. What the fuck? What? Why is there a drawing of the fucking thing that Emma saw on the back? What the fuck? Why would he not get rid of this fucking immediately? Well, there's that, I guess. So Emma had to draw this. Why the fuck did she have the evidence list? She's the only one who saw this. I wonder what this is. Looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. What is it? Did you find something? I can't make it out. I better keep quiet about it for now. Huh? Oh, no, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright? I better forget about this picture. Why would you possibly not ask her about it, you fucking oaf, Phoenix Wright? Do we have the other half too? We should check the back of the other half of the evidence list. We don't have it. We don't have the rest of the evidence. Damn it! He's got a fucking little Tokyo tower and a crystal ball in here because he's a magic man. He shrunk down this tower full of people. They're now the size of a bug's life and they're living inside that tiny tower. There's a tragic fate for all who oppose the chief of police. There's also a big ass safe. This is a safe, isn't it?
Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue.
Okay, if you say so. It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel. A 7-digit number. Oh, well, yeah. Input number.
Do you know what it is?
I have a hunch.
Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date. It's...
Ka-ching. It's probably 77777. If it is, that'll be quite convenient because it'll pretty definitively tie him to the crime. Worth trying. Code confirmed. Yep, okay, so it's really obviously the chief of police. This is probably the easiest case in the entire game. Bingo.
What number did you enter?
Whose birthday was that, pal?
7777777. The final ID card number on the record.
What?
The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day.
You mean 777777? That ID number?
I think you're 1-7 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number.
Say, anyone care to look inside?
Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away?
Look, it's a
Oh my god.
A shide from a broken cup.
This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? This is the final piece of our epic vase. This is all coming together, you guys. It all makes so much sense now. Holy guac, dude. But wasn't he... Presumably, if he's the killer, he was the one there with Goodman earlier to go, like, steal the evidence out of the locker? Why would he leave behind all the rest of the pieces of this vase? Why wouldn't he get rid of that? Maybe he was in a hurry. Where have I seen this before?
There's something else in here, too.
It's a little hand. What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. It looks like a piece of leather cloth.
This is a handprint, isn't it?
Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design?
I don't think so.
Oh, well, it was just a thought.
Is that it? Is this all that was in the safe?
Apparently. It's empty now.
A piece of cloth with a handprint on it, and a broken shard from a cup.
They look like pieces of evidence.
Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here.
It's a little late for that, Gumshoe. You already fucking let me into the chief's room. Ya ba-ba-ba-ba-busta. Honestly, Chief Gumshoe is making me feel the urge to bust a rhyme. And also bust a load on him. Great, now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. Why can't I just steal them? How are these two items related? Dude, it's the fucking vase, you fucking idiot.
Come on, there's gotta be something we can show him.
Yub, 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 yub. Oh, I have to slide to the left. Slide to the right. Let's present him with this. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar?
I remember when the three of us put that back together. Ah, those were the days.
It's kind of early to be nostalgic.
Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case?
That's right. One of the shards has an SL9 incident sticker on it.
Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found?
You mean this one? That was in the safe?
Yes, that one. That was in the safe.
Okay, they're fucking with me. They actually have to be fucking with me with her fucking lines. She literally just said the exact same line as he did. Where's the... Oh, right, I don't have it yet, because he won't give it to me. I'm an idiot. I was gonna go look at the leather thing, too, to see what the fuck that was.
Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits.
Assemble! Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this.
Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do.
Mr. Wright, here's some glue.
If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding the evidence. Yub, 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 yub. Schwink. Gotti. There, it fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident.
But...
Hey guys, get a load of this.
What is it?
This piece you just attached. It's different from the others.
Oh, weird. Oh my god.
There's a reddish line on it.
Okay, interesting. Weird. Okay, also a weird thing is that earlier the dude mentioned, Gumshoe himself was talking about how the vase, in the last session, I believe this was a while back. It was like a week ago. He was saying that the vase, what was he? Oh yeah, he doesn't know which side is the top or the bottom because they both have holes in it. So we still might not have the complete vase. Either that or it's going to be like a perspective issue, but yeah, I don't know yet. Either way.
There's a reddish line on it.
A reddish line? That's blood.
I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe?
Unstable jar. Yub yub. Hang on a second. I wanna take a peek at this and see if I can figure it out. Check it out. Also, it said it has a reddish line on it, which is interesting. Oops. Yeah, that's weird. I don't get it. Let's take a closer look at this, too.
Hey, look, it's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain here.
Looks like blood.
This piece the chief has is different, though. The blood stains on the others are just spots. But this one's a line.
That's odd.
I see.
Look, it like says something. Huh. I don't know. This one looks like it says something, but the other two don't. Like, they're just like splotches. Weird. That is odd. Maybe if we flip it upside down? It's like, kind of looks like a V. It kind of looks like a V or a cursive R or some shit. Now, I don't know. Maybe I'm seeing things. Let's look at this.
Huh? This thing doesn't have a bottom.
That's weird.
I wonder which side is up.
Oh, that was her who said that. Okay. Yeah, so this is the thing I was talking about last week.
At least it doesn't collect dust inside, right?
Yeah, so maybe we're still missing a piece. Very interesting. Bum, bum, ba-da. I don't know, that seems pretty fucking important. He kept a really huge piece of it with like straight stuff just in his fucking safe. So, one of these two things we found definitely has to be like the stuff he's using as blackmail. But I just don't know how or why. We didn't get the leather one. He didn't give it to us. Gumshoe, we need it. That desk on the other side of the room. Was that your sister's?
Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana on that day 2 years ago.
Is anyone using it now?
No, sir.
This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving this crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk? No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Interesting. So maybe there's something over here that he doesn't want. Like maybe this side is where the crime happened and he doesn't want something to become obvious if they remove all that furniture. Maybe. Chief Gant.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it?
Why do you ask?
You don't think? Nah, you wouldn't be. No! No, there's no way. Never mind, don't worry about it.
Okay. Now then let's look around a bit more.
Hey, hold on, not so fast, buddy.
What is it?
When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you.
It bothered me.
You don't just let it go at that.
Sorry. This guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you?
You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you?
What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him?
He's obviously a suspect. He's like the lead suspect. Chief Gant, so it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings. Yet.
There you go, ignoring me again.
Yub, 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 yub.
Wow, look at the size. We already read this, ya fool.
There's a puzzle in this case that's a pain. Oh, interesting. Huh. So there's a puzzle that has to do with turning. It's like a turny wheel thing. Interesting. I guess I'll deal with that when the time comes, I suppose. Am I supposed to be doing it now during the investigation segment, or is it for the case, like for the trial?
Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside.
This is the 15th floor.
I know, I was just saying.
Saying what?
Ever since making detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that. Killing myself.
Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. As long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired. Don't say that! That's exactly what I was thinking. Yup. So they took the photo over here. Next to this thing. This armor. Oh my god! Guys, look what's in the background of the photo. It's the fucking vase. I'm so stupid. I did not even notice that. There's the vase. The one that's fucking shattered in my inventory right now. Yeah, it's the exact same vase. So now we know what side's right side up. It's supposed to stand like this. But we don't know why there's blood stains, and it looks like vaguely like letters. Huh. I don't know. It says like V. If you look at it from this side, it says like V C, or like this kind of, you could see this being a C or something. I don't know. Maybe it's written in Japanese. Maybe this says S. It could be like an N or an M. No, I don't see that. Because see, if you spell it like this, it could be an N, but then... Oh, wait, no, it could go up here. Yeah, it could like go up here. So this could make it an N. But to be an M, it would have to be like this. Maybe. Maybe it's like F... F-M. Francis York Morgan. But yeah, at least we know that vase was definitely... This is definitely the same vase. So that's a piece of evidence that they hid for some reason. So that vase got shattered and also got, like, bloodied during the murder.
Yup. After receiving his trophy, he went here.
Interesting. Very suspicious. This was Lana's desk. It sure is tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust still on it. Looks like someone's keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here?
No, Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff of legends.
Does he keep it in memory of her, or in memory of the crime? Interesting. So, but you know what that means. So I think my thinking was opposite then. So I was originally thinking that, I think this was meant to like lead you down the wrong train of thought, right? Because this side of the office is kept immaculate and where it always was all those years ago. So I'm like, this gotta be where the crime took place, and he's taking care of it, so nobody's asking to use that office space, or like, they can't move furniture and find some little like chip in the wall or something. But it's actually the complete opposite. That was just there to throw you off. Because this vase, during the crime or directly after it, was smashed, which means the crime actually took place on this side of the office. Because see what's right next to the vase? The giant suit of armor. So, assuming that hasn't moved... Yeah, it took place on Gant's side of the... it took place like right here. So during the struggle, presumably, or directly after, the vase had to have fallen and broken and got covered in blood.
Very sneaky, Ace Attorney, but I've got your number.
I'm gonna write down... Vase was in Gant's area. Ergo, crime was in Gant's area.
I've done it!
I've cracked this case wide open, although that didn't actually change anything except for the scene of the crime. Let me just triple check though, because we've seen the knight armor, but now like this vase, there's like these vases in this safe. Those weren't there in the picture. No, but look, there's the little plate. There's the little plate in the glass cabinet, which is still there to this, and the little Tokyo Tower I saw too. right to the right of his legs was, to the right of the cowboy's legs, there was this little Tokyo Tower, and there's the plate. Yep, so it took place right here. Basically, the murder took place, like, right the fuck here. Got it. Beep, 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 beep. But what does that have to do with anything? Why would he try to cover that up by hiding the vase? No clues here. I don't know. Yup. Well, you know what? Actually, I just checked the time, and it is 8:59, and my stream goes from 4 to 9 p.m. Central, so we're gonna have to be at this another week. Goddamn. The thrilling conclusion of Ace Attorney will have to wait yet another week. I really thought this was the last. I thought the last one was the last one, and I really thought this one had to be the last one, but there's yet another day of trial, which doesn't make sense considering there's supposed to be 3 days maximum for criminal trials, but it is what it is. So yeah, we'll be back at this again next Wednesday, same time, same place, 4 to 9 p.m. Central. I don't know how long this final leg of it will take, like the final investigation or final trial segment, but yeah, we're gonna have to wait till then. But I hope you guys are all still enjoying Ace Attorney. We're going on for another session. Wow, that's pretty crazy. But yeah, be sure to follow if you want to see more games. I stream every day except Tuesdays, same time, same place, 4 to 9 p.m. Central. Tomorrow we're going to be playing a game known as Divinity Original Sin 2 with Reanimated Bit and Gronk, so be sure to tune in for that as well. And I'll catch y'all then, because I'm going to get out of here. So hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you then. See a dat kid and up in the button and walk up E. Sorry about the bad timing. I found a game similar to Ace Attorney, but better? Interesting. You should post it in the game request section in the Discord. Speaking of Discord, exclamation point Discord in the chat gets you the link to that. I will post it for y'all. Feel free to join. And I'll catch y'all tomorrow. I'm getting out of here. Peace out, everybody. Enjoy a fabulous